That. It looks like it started. I don't give a fuck. Come on, young Ryan. I wasn't planning on starting this early, obviously. Turn that down because Ryan obviously wants to show. So what I'm just doing here is just going through a couple of debates. And in fact, I don't even know if this is the one I wanted to go through first. It's all good. We'll just listen to it anyway.
In the studio.
Awesome. Welcome everybody to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we're going to be debating Flat Earth versus Globe. And to get us started, Ross, you have 10 minutes on the floor. They're all yours. And welcome everybody.
All right. If I could just set a timer really quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I got one for you here too.
Oh, you got one for me? Okay.
Yeah.
Or what? If you could just tell me when I'm at 2 minutes, that'd be great.
2 minutes? All right, you got it.
I just want to make sure my audio is good.
Yeah, you are coming in a little low, so if you want to bring it up.
All right. Just let me know if I'm good. I'm good.
You're good.
All right. So, hello everybody. Unlike my last debate, this debate is purely about science. So I'm going to go ahead and get right to the experiments, if you don't mind. Can I show my screen?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. I'm going to share a screen. Awesome. Everybody can see that?
Yep. We have that.
Let's just start again now that I've unmuted my microphone. All right, so that really is a little bit frustrating. We've got lots of mosquitoes around here. It's storm season. It's pissing down rain. Work got cancelled. Work is possibly cancelled for the rest of the day or perhaps week or perhaps even millennia. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. What I was just ranting and raving off my fucking ass about is that I'm going to do a presentation of two different videos, two different debates. And the one that I particularly wanted to discuss was the one with Sovereign Citizen, I think that's his name, my mate Dave, which is what I was saying until I realized I was on mute, is SovCit, but also known as Dave. So there's plenty of flat earthers known as Dave. And yeah, people can click on and click off as much as they like. That's all good. So SovCit Dave had a debate with Brenda, whatever, on Jeranism just yesterday. And I really like to listen to that debate. I haven't actually listened to it yet. But what I do when I'm listening through on these debates is sort of pause and make my comments, which is what you do on these sort of videos. So I will be doing that. And in the meantime, there's also this other one of Ross from Modern Day Debate, which I had started to watch until I got distracted and realized I left myself on mute. So when I came back and started ranting and raving, I was all quiet and shit. So I'll try and make that one bigger again and take him back just a little, because I think credit where it's due, the bloke presented a good case. And so I think we'll try and give him his
Modern Day Debate. Tonight we're going to be debating
Here we go.
Flat Earth versus Globe. And to get us started, Ross, you have 10 minutes on the floor. They're all yours. And welcome, everybody.
Go Ross.
All right. If I could just set a timer really quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I'll
I
just
got one
go.
for you here,
Don't
too.
worry about the timer, man.
Oh, you got one for me? Okay.
Yeah.
G'day,
If you could just
HG
tell me
Media.
when I'm at 2 minutes, that'll be great.
2 minutes? All right, you got it.
I just want to make sure my audio is good.
Yeah, you are coming in a little low, so if you...
And I will just say too, before I get too far deep into this, the reason I'm doing this is, as I just ranted and raved for ages and ages while I was on mute, was that it's raining. It's pissing down rain again. It's flogging down with rain. It looks as though, well, work is obviously cancelled for the day. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I did get home some hours ago, but I just thought I'd wait until, just in case I got called out again. So work is cancelled for today, probably for tomorrow, and more than likely for the rest of the week, or perhaps even longer. Now, there is potential that somebody might have screwed up a little bit and no longer has a job, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Anyway, I'm just going to listen to a couple of debates here and stick my big fat foot in the door every time an opportunity presents itself. So here we go. Let's see, how do I do that again? Back to that and that.
You want to bring it up?
All right. Just let me know if I'm good. I'm good.
You're good.
All right.
Hey, why not?
All right. So
Thanks for dropping by.
hello, everybody.
This fella's got a cool
Unlike my
name.
last debate, this debate is purely about science. So I'm going to go ahead and get right to the experiments, if you don't mind. Can I show my
It's purely about science too, by the way, in case you didn't know. I didn't even realize that.
screen?
Yeah. Sure
All right.
can.
I'm share screen.
And just for the record too, I thought I'd butt in one more time. I was actually watching a another flat Earth debate on Modern Day Debate. For some reason, I don't get notifications on that channel any longer. But there was one there that had PhD Tony and T-Jump debating against a couple of fellas who holding their own quite fine. I had a bit of a blast in the comments, but anyway, maybe I'll try and put that in the end of this. We'll see how we go.
Awesome. Everybody can see that.
Yep. We have that on our screen now.
All right. So on my last debate, I got a lot of complaints that I didn't have any points or whatever. Although I did, I wanted to make sure that that is not a complaint this time. So I wanted to quickly outline what my points are.
Good. Don't listen to the knockers. That's all I can say. The knockers will always complain about shit. Don't listen to them. You're doing good.
And I'm going to specify which points can be proven scientifically, which points cannot be proven scientifically. And at the end of the day, it's just our philosophical speculations.
Shit, I just saw that too. Sorry, why not? You tried to email before? you've watched me for years. Thanks, bro. Or I don't want to presume. I should probably do like what Mark Sargent does and just put my whole contact details up because, yeah, man, anyone's free to contact me anytime. Ross Thatcher 22 at gmail.com.
And then we can go from there. So my first main point is the Earth is not moving. All right. So you know what? Let me just go on and get right to the experiments. So evidence number one. Now, you know, for the purpose of this conversation, because sometimes the people who watch this channel, they get confused on what the scientific method actually is. So I just want to keep the scientific method as clean, as simple as possible. Observations and experiments. If we're not talking about something that we've observed, or if we're not talking about experiments that we've done, then we're actually not talking about scientific. We're not talking about the scientific method at all. We're talking about philosophy. And while philosophy is great, I consider myself to be somewhat of a philosopher. This is a scientific debate. So I want to just, especially if we're talking about things that can be proven scientifically, let's just focus on what the experiments tell us. Let's just focus on what the observations tell us. Okay, so I have two experiments that basically prove that the Earth is not moving. The first one, obviously, is Michelson and Morley, but I'm going to do that one second because I think everybody does that one, right? So let's talk about Airy's failure. This is the second one. I don't know if I want to play this whole video, but the gist of the video, right?
I think the whole point of this is, as I say, I tried to say, but I muted myself when I was doing my introduction before. Didn't realize I was still on mute. Is that I'm not here to defend necessarily the flat earther. I sort of allow them to speak for themselves. So I'm more than happy for him to have his say and do what he does. I'm almost tempted because all I want to do is just listen to the Glober and argue against them. But I guess I should just let it run, give him a fair chance so we know what we're talking about. But to be honest, as a flat earther, I don't find that the Michelson-Morley or the Airy's failure experiments are really doing very much either way. They're neither here nor there. That's that they are part of the history and part of the stuff we get taught in school. But to me, it's like, I think today we have far better scientific evidence to prove that the Earth is flat and non-rotational, but I just didn't go with it.
I don't like this guy's voice. Oh, basically, okay, so
You're at 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes left?
No, sorry. You've been talking for 2 minutes. I thought you meant 2 minutes in. All right, sorry.
Okay, so this is Airy's failure right here. This is an experiment that you can do at home that proves that the Earth is not moving. All right. So just to be clear, right? If you want to assert that the Earth is moving, you have to provide experiments that go against this, and then we can maybe have a discussion. But if you don't have experiments, let alone observations, then this is already a cooked turkey. You know what I mean? This is literally all of scientific consensus actually agrees on this, that based upon all observation and experiment, the Earth is not moving. I want to say that one more time so people don't get confused. All of scientific consensus agrees that based on all observation and experiment, the Earth is not moving. If you're asserting that it is moving, it's not based on any experiment that we have done terrestrially, and we can't leave the Earth, so it's not based on any experiment we've done anywhere else either. All right. So this is the experiment. I'm going to break it down really quickly. This is something you can do at home. So this is not like, oh, it's too complicated for us to understand, so we have to appeal to authority and believe in what the scientists say. If you take a telescope, right, and you're looking at a light that's directly above the telescope, if neither the light or the telescope is moving, then you don't have to shift the telescope to receive the light, okay? If one of them is moving, then you'll have to put it at a slight tilt to receive the light directly on the telescope, all right? So this is the
I think the whole point too of doing a live stream is I have to make at least 60% of the content original. So as much as I like to let him keep talking and get through this so we can listen to the Glober and so I can start debunking him, I think I just have to intervene and talk every now and then. So sorry for that.
Truth, if you go outside, you look at stars, you have to tilt the telescope slightly to get the star right in the pocket. And that's because either the telescope is moving or the sky is moving. Now, all observation would tell us that the sky is moving, but that's not enough, right? If we're going to make a scientific inquiry, we should have some experiment to go with that. All right. So Airy ran this experiment to see which one is it. The way that he devised to be able to tell the difference is he put water in his telescope, right? Very genius idea.
See, I never quite got this one. I never quite got this. You know, as much as I did get it at one stage, I still often don't get it. Is because like water through a telescope, so like you've only got like a meter long telescope, light traveling 67.9 billion light. Oh, hang on, no, sorry, 27 light years away. 1 meter of water is going to change the speed of light. I really can't see, from a global perspective, how that's going to really make a huge difference to what we would overall expect to see of the light itself. You know, if we're trying to measure the speed of it, because they've said it's come from a long way away. And then a very short distance light. Yeah, you know, it's not a strong argument, but anyway.
That means that because the water will slow down the light, if the Earth is actually moving, when the water hits the light, the Earth will still be moving. And so you'll need to tilt the telescope about 5 degrees more to match the new angle because the Earth is still moving. All right. If the Earth isn't moving and the sky is moving and the lights are just coming off at a 5-degree tilt, then even when you put water in the telescope, right, you won't need to tilt it anymore because it'll still be the same angle coming off because the Earth is stationary. You understand? So this experiment has been done many times. That was the original document that they just showed. That's the original document from the experiment right there. I also have.
Yeah, sorry, why not? I didn't even see that comment there when I started speaking about it. But yeah, I really don't see how that tiny amount of water is going to make all that difference in the overall scheme of things. Like, to me, I think the overall scheme of things would be saying that if that light is traveling from billions of years in the past and the Earth is spinning as fast as it is, then why can we see clear lights in the sky whatsoever? Surely they should all appear to be huge, massive streaks because they happened millions of years ago, according to, yeah. Oh, well.
Have that down here somewhere, right there. This is the original document from that experiment. So this goes along with the Michelson and Morley experiments, which I don't think I need to beat into the ground anymore. You guys have seen that experiment done on here multiple times. The whole theory of relativity was made to combat the results of the Michelson and Morley experiments and Michelson, Gale, Pearson. That's right. These experiments have been done over and over and over. The result is the Earth is not moving. So unless you're going to provide some evidence that proves that the Earth is moving, that is a cooked turkey already. All right. That's my first point. All right. The Earth is not moving based on all observation and experiment. Number 2, the Earth is the center of the cosmos. Okay. This cannot be proven scientifically. All right. I want you guys to understand this. This cannot be proven scientifically. We cannot do experiments that prove that the Earth is the center of the cosmos. So all we have to rely on is our observations. All right. So I'm gonna try to speed through these because. So look, this is Lawrence Krauss, right? The head atheist himself, one of my favorite people to listen to. This is him admitting that because of the CMB, right? Because of the flatness problem and the Hubble tension. All right. I have a video on this of a professor of physics from the University College of.
I'm quite happy to listen to him waffling on, but I really don't think he made a really good opening presentation here. No offense if that's you actually listening to me here either, Ross, because I think you had an attempt, you tried to get scientifical, and you have to play the Globers game. And I think, yeah, it's I'll just let it keep playing, obviously, because it's a little bit tedious.
London explaining how, based upon what we think we know about physics, we really don't know anything. I want to keep it as simple as possible. The bottom line is scientifically, we don't really know right now. So we have to go based upon what the observations tell us, and it tells us that we're in the center. Okay. So this is another description of the Michelson and Morley. This is okay. This is the from the CMB came from the Planck probe, right? So these are the comments on it. This is Edwin Hubble himself, right? Quote: "If the redshifts are a Doppler shift, which they always are, the observations as they stand lead to the anomaly of a closed universe, curiously small and dense, and it may be added suspiciously young." This is Edwin Hubble himself, right? letting you know that based on all observation, the Earth is in the center of the universe. All right. So if you have some observations that tell us something different, I know you don't have experiments because we cannot experiment on the Earth and its position to the whole cosmos. All right. So
I have a problem with that right away. I don't think the Earth is the center of the universe. I think the Earth is the base of the universe. So technically, I guess if you're looking up, it makes us the center. But then again, when you want to argue about perspective, everything in perspective comes into the eyes of the viewer, which means the center of the universe is in the middle of the back of your head there. So technically, I'm just going to shut up.
my third point is that the surface is not curved. All right. At least the surface that we live on. All right. Now you can make, let's see. All right. So you can make a like this is my problem with the people who go against flat Earth, right? If you just deal with the scientific evidence, then you can actually make a good case for the globe. But the minute you start denying what the scientific method is telling us, then you start looking crazy. You know, you start making the flat earthers look like they're geniuses, and they're really not. Like, I'm not a genius. I'm just a guy that reads a lot, and so even before I heard about flat Earth, I thought it was dumb. But once they started telling me what it was, I'm like, oh, this is the stuff that I already believe in because I listened to Lawrence Krauss. Lawrence Krauss has said all of this already. They're just interpreting it different. All right. So you guys have already seen this. All right. When you bounce radio waves, right? Allegedly, right? When you send out radio waves, right? They can bounce off the ionosphere up to 30 or 40 megahertz. All right. So this is their excuse. When we do experiment and observation to see how far the Earth is, how far can we send radio waves, right? We can send it infinitely far. Their excuse is that it bounces off the ionosphere. That's their excuse. Okay, but the ionosphere only stops radio waves from 30 to 40 megahertz. All right.
Okay, so this is where I also have a bit of a problem in both sides of the argument, is that I believe radio waves can travel thousands of miles. I've seen somebody live doing it somewhere here in Australia, talking on the ham radio to Hawaii and interfering with them trying to do a bloody live rescue. Helicopter guys rescuing over in Hawaii back in, I think, would have been about 1990. So radio waves can travel a long distance that way. But the argument I've been trying to put across lately is that everything requires a medium through which to propagate, whether it be light, radio, electromagnetic frequencies, whatever, you name it. It cannot propagate through nothing. So the reason why a vacuum flask, for example, becomes a very good way of insulating your hot coffee or your cold water is because that little vacuum layer in between will not allow anything to transfer between it. So as the radio waves get higher and higher and the atmosphere gets less and less dense, then the radio waves themselves are not propagating. And by that same standard, I also think the same thing happens with our altimeters, whatever you want to call them. Things that measure their height are calibrated down here under one atmosphere, but as we get higher and higher, I'm seriously suggesting that they get more and more false as we get higher. They are giving us a false reading. So as the plane gets higher and higher and the pilot looks at it and says, oh, yep, we're now at 20,000 feet, there's every chance he's only at 15,000 feet because the atmospheric pressure has gotten less in such huge increments that we're given a false reading. And you wouldn't know because, well, it looks like we're really high, but you climb a bloody tree, it looks like you're really high, everything shrinks a lot. So I'll just let this play some more. So
right here is a list of not every, but a good list of all the experiments that have been done using radio waves, right? And I don't even buy the ionosphere reason, but sure, let's give you that anyways, right? Okay, fine. Up to 30 and 40 megahertz, they can bounce off the ionosphere.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about, radio waves, because I've been in a few debates over the last couple of days on TikTok, where the Globers are saying that they've measured the distance to the sun using radar. And I'm going, well, how do you know? How do you measure? Oh, the other one is, well, why can't we measure the distance to the firmament? Because I say the firmament is only 60 to 70 miles high. Why can't radar detect that? And I say, well, because once you get about 12 to 14 miles, it's the end of our atmosphere. Radar don't work. There's nothing there, nothing to propagate through. So it gives the illusion of a much, much bigger distance. So even though he's trying to use radio and radar again here, same deal. It just doesn't work. Everything works within the medium. So, you know, like we've got sound in air, but we've got no sound outside of the air. So the speed of sound being about approximately 767 miles per hour, once we go outside of the air, there's no sound because there's no medium. And I say it's the same thing. You know, everything's electromagnetic frequency, everything, you know, all secrets of the universe. Think in terms of vibration and frequency, sound, light, electromagnetic vibrancy, vibration and frequency, everything needs a medium. So the vacuum, no medium, nothing to propagate through. So up to about 12 to 14 miles high, that's where life and light exists. Above that, there's nothing. That's why the astronauts reach the edge of space. So this, I'll let him go on about radar.
But here are the megahertz on the left, right? Here's the city that they're in, right on right here on the right. As you go, it lets you know the person that did it, what city they sent it from, what city they caught it. Do you understand? Their excuse is that up to 30 megahertz it bounced off the ionosphere. Okay, well, this is 90 megahertz. This is 90, right? Let's go higher. You see this? These are all the experiments that have been done that prove that, as a matter of fact, if you look at this data, you only have two options. Either the Earth is flat, either we're living on a flat plane, right? Or the Earth is so big, right, that it could still be a globe, but the only thing you could do to combat this evidence is that the Earth is so big. Go ahead.
I'm just going to pause it again too. No worries, why not? Like, as I say, I'm not here to really do a live stream. I'm just here killing a bit of time so that I can watch these videos and comment about them, because I do feel that quite often when I watch this sort of stuff, some of my comments are quite relevant. So you actually asked a really cool question there where you said, what if we're looking at the red and blue shifts through a sheet of ice, like how you explained the apparition of the sun, the same as a fish looking up under a frozen lake? Like, that's quite rare for me to see somebody who's actually paying attention to. Sometimes I do explain things like that. I think that if we are looking up through the firmament to see the sun, what we are seeing is an apparition of the sun through the firmament. But if, as you've described, if it's or as I've described, I guess, if you're like a fish in a frozen lake, and as the fish sort of swim across the other side of the lake, and as it looks up through the ice, it's going to see a hotspot apparition of the sun in a completely different part of the ice. Now, has the sun changed position? No. The viewer, the fish, had changed position. So what we're seeing when we're looking up at the sun is our personal apparition or our personal hotspot of it in the firmament. So a person, might be 1,000, 2,000 miles away looking up through a completely different part of the firmament, like the fish looking up through the ice, is going to see a completely different hotspot apparition in a completely different part of it and still believe that we're looking at the same sun. So it's a huge problem for the globe until you get this into your head that we're never, ever actually looking at the same thing at the same time. We're looking at a completely different hotspot apparition in a completely different part, I would think. Yeah, as Einstein would say, it's all relative. Exactly. Our version of light is relative to us because it comes into our eyes. That's where we're seeing it. Somebody else way over there, the fish in the lake would be all darkness to him. But to the fish over the other side, his surrounding area is all light to him, isn't it? And he sees the sun in his position And the fish here doesn't know until he gets over there. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
1 minute left.
Okay. The only thing you can do to combat this evidence that the Earth is so big, right, that we just can't tell. All right. So these experiments have been done that many times, and they've been done by the military. All right. I want to hurry up, so I only have 1 minute left. Okay. Point number 4. Everything is dielectric. All right. Everything. What you think gravity is, you, me, the sun, everything. All right. The sun is not fire. It's dielectricity. It's electricity, if we're being 100% honest. And all the proof of that, right, is right here. Since I know you guys worship paper, I know you guys worship. I bet Einstein could come back in a time machine, shake you in the hand, you could see it, and you would ask him for a peer review paper. So here are all the peer review papers that prove through experimentation. I took a picture of a few of them because you can't click on the links because you need subscriptions to look at these peer review papers. All right. These are all the peer review papers proving that everything is dielectricity. All right. What you think gravity is
5
just
seconds.
magnetism acting upon each other. All right. My bad. Last thing I want to say. All right. Just because I know everybody's thinking this. I know this is where everybody, even though you really shouldn't be thinking about this because it's a scientific debate, but I know your mind's going to go here. Well, why? Right? Why are they doing this? Why are they listen. The reason why people lie is because they're liars, okay? Because they get benefit from it, all right? So, we really shouldn't be talking about that. I know you're going to ask me that at some point, you know what I mean? So I wanted to end it right there, but if we could, let's just focus on the observations. Let's focus on the scientific experiment, and let's really find out what's going on here, you feel me? And not, anyways, that's it.
All right, let's end the screen share, and thank you so much, Ross.
Okay, since I did see another question there, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, HE Media, about also animals that go beyond the white spectrum of light. Oh, I mean, their visual range. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the same sort of question I asked about. Say for example, with radio waves, is we can't see radio waves, so they're not light, and we can't hear radio waves, so they're not sound. There's something still within the electromagnetic spectrum that we can't detect, which obviously we've sort of worked out other animals can detect the existence of. But it's incorrect in my view of thinking. It's incorrect to say that radio waves are on the light spectrum. Even infrared, I sort of hesitate even there, even though we know we can detect, we can see with certain instruments, but because we can't visually see it, it makes me think, should we even call it light? Shouldn't we not just call it another frequency on the electromagnetic vibrational scale of frequencies that exist? And then why not ask this question too, which also made me pause. And if the sun was inside of the ice sheet, I might be able to highlight that. I think there we go. If the sun was inside of the ice sheet, I think that would be different than if it were on the other side of the ice sheet. Again, that's where I come from. Is if I quite like the terminology of saying if you had a frosted glass window, say it's on your door or your whatever window that you've got looking at, if a car shone light on it from 500 meters away, or if somebody was outside there with a torch 5 meters away, the light shining through that frosted glass screen is still going to look pretty much exactly the same. You wouldn't be able to tell because we can only see what's on this side of it as the light passes through the frosted glass. So we're always stuck with that same conundrum, is until we've seen through the other side of it, we would never know. All we know is the result of what we get. So what we get is what we've got. That's all we've got to deal with. So technically, the light is always going to be in the firmament, which is what all the ancient cultures have always said about the stars. They've always said they are fixed within the firmament. And to me, that doesn't necessarily say they are in it, but the visual light that we can see is in it. So that's what we got. That's what we've got to deal with. We can't know any better or worse or whatever. That's it exactly. It's a new frequency on the bandwidth of the electromagnetic spectrum. One that's not necessarily visual to us. So technically, it doesn't even exist. But yeah, but the thing that does exist is the light that we can see. The light we do see and can see exists. The sound we can hear exists. So for all intents and purposes, we just want to deal with reality. And we could speculate about all the unseen things till the cows come home, but all we've really got is what we've got. So with that, I think I'll carry
Your
on.
introductory statement there. So just want to remind everybody hanging out in the live chat, we are going to be doing a Q&A at the end of this discussion. Once again, welcome to Modern Day Debate. If you haven't already, to hit the like.
Yeah, sorry, why not? Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying too. It's in it, but not in it. We see it in it.
Button. We are a neutral debate platform. We're hosting debates on science, politics, and religion. See all you guys hanging out in the live chat, and hope you feel welcome. Leo, you got 10 minutes on the floor. Welcome, and you want to take yourself off mute there.
Yeah, so these debates to me, and I always preface with this, I don't do these debates because I take the flat earth seriously. I do enjoy the back and forth in the discussions.
That's a bit of a shame. Anybody else who goes into a debate would at least take it seriously. Otherwise, why would you even be here? So you've just come out and said, I'm a clown. I'm just here to clown around with everybody. Good on you, Leo.
But I do them because I find them fun and I find them entertaining. And I would suspect that's probably...
You find them fun and entertaining. Holy shit. So that's all you're here for, is to troll. That's what trolls do. Trolls go into places because they're bored and all they want to do is have fun and entertain themselves, get their kicks, and then just walk away because they can.
Probably why most people are here watching, regardless of which side they find themselves on. They're convinced of their side and they're just here for the entertainment. When it comes to the shape of the Earth, it's a globe. This has been known for at least 3,500 years. We see different stars in the sky.
It's been known for 3,500 years. So you're just going to gloss over that. 3,500 years. I mean, to the best of our knowledge, it's only been known for 2,500 years. But now, according to Leo Philosophagus, or whatever he's called himself, it's been known for 3,500 years. How interesting. He's here to troll. He's trolling. He's doing it perfectly. Like, what's the point of having a debate with somebody like him?
Versus the northern and the southern hemisphere. That's one of the first things that should tell you, we're not flat. I believe that it also looks like the sky rotates in different directions versus the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere because of the way that you would be positioned on the Earth.
So he can see both hemispheres of the Earth at the same time. Now, that's a pretty big claim. Like, I would think most people ordinarily would only see one hemisphere or the other. I don't think they'd be able to see them both and see that they're both going opposite directions. And if you had left from, say, one to another, and you turned around and faced the other way, well, yeah, it might appear as though the stars are going in a different direction. That would make perfect sense if you turned around.
As it rotates, which is an indication that the Earth is in fact rotating. I mean,
you said it, and then it's now proof that the Earth is rotating. So it rotates, and now the Earth rotates, because it rotating is proof.
We can even look at gravity. Gravity is the reason that things like planets and stars are spheres in the first place.
What? Gravity was invented long after the stars and shit had existed. So you can't turn around and say that it existed first, we invented it, and then the stars existed. The dude is off his chops.
It's something called hydrostatic equilibrium. So naturally,
hydrostatic equilibrium. In other words, water finds its level. That's not gravity, dude. Water finding its level is hydrostatic equilibrium. So don't try and introduce flat Earth arguments to prove your gravity.
Gravity pulls inward from every point on the surface of an object.
No, it doesn't. that is not true. It has never been proven. But we can use any sort of examples. We can put massive, massive objects anywhere and find that nothing wants to move towards them. Oh, unless we hang them off little sway bars in the Cavendish experiment. Like that proves that they will move towards them. But if you have them resting on the ground, nothing moves. Nothing gets attracted toward anything, ever. It's just bullshit.
And the internal pressure of the material which constitutes that object sort of pushes back.
No, again, you're absolutely wrong. You can have a massive, massive, massive steel ball or a rock, a boulder, whatever you want to call it. The force of itself on itself is not going to make it collapse into on itself. It never happens. I don't know what you're talking about. And now you're saying that it also has an anti-gravity effect. I think that's what he just said, that the object itself has an outward effect on itself, but holds everything to its surface. I'm definitely going to have to listen to this one again.
And what this results in is an
scientific experiment, and let's really find out what's going on here. You feel me? And not, that
object sort of pushes back, and what this results in is an equilibrium between the force of gravity and the internal pressure of the material, and this results in spheroidal objects in space. This is
so the object pushing back against itself results in spheroidal objects in space. Anybody that listens to this guy, like, I know I did a really poor fast forwarding through that. That was rewind and very shocking. If you listen to what he just said, I couldn't be bothered going through it because it's bloody difficult.
Why even objects like our moon are spheroidal, and smaller asteroid bodies are spheroidal. This has to do with gravity. So this wouldn't explain why just the Earth would be a sphere. It explains why all planets, and we have seen planets in other solar systems.
Why aren't all the mountains spheres, Leo? Don't they have gravity too? Why aren't all the trucks spheres, Leo? Don't they have gravity? Why isn't everything spheres if everything has gravity? You debunk yourself with your own stupid argument.
Hint, they're spheroidal, but also why objects like stars and neutron stars and things like that would be spheres as well. So when it comes to the science, one of the most fundamental theories.
When it comes to science, you have to assume a lot of things and think, well, something's really far away and it looks like a sphere, and it must be a sphere, even though when it gets really close, you see it's actually a fucking truck with multiple headlights and a whole body full of lights. But from a distance, it looked like a sphere. Therefore, it must be a sphere science.
Of physics that we currently have with respect to understanding things at the cosmological level pretty much, I would say, puts the nail in the coffin in the debate. Planetary bodies are spheroidal, but again, simple observations like seeing different stars.
Wait a second. Aren't these different stars millions and millions of miles away, light years away? And yet a single truck body 20 miles away will look like a single sphere of light. So something 20 miles away proves what things millions and millions of miles away actually are. Rightio. Yeah. Globe science.
In the hemisphere, seeing objects disappear bottom first over the horizon. They don't just get smaller, they disappear bottom first. These simple intuitive things easily lead one who's just, not trying to be biased or contrarian and just using reason to think that, wow, the Earth has some sort of curvature to it. And
did he just say that they disappear bottom first? And yet our horizon is just a handful of miles away. And he's talking about things millions and millions of light years away. Even the sun, 93 million miles away, just disappears over the horizon due to our spin at 1.35 times the speed of sound, mind you. And we've never, ever once seen a shadow cast up from the horizon. I think that's one of the biggest globe debunks ever, is we never ever see a shadow cast up from the horizon. Anything else that the sun goes behind, be a building or a tree or whatever, It casts a distinct shadow. Yet globers will say the sun goes below the horizon. So where's the shadow of the horizon? Up in the sky, at the speed of sound, blacking out the day. Never, ever there. How he thinks everything is disappearing behind the horizon, millions of miles away, when it just gradually goes down.
Frankly, I think that's honestly enough. We don't really need more to kind of intuit or figure out that the Earth is curved. The Earth is a sphere. Not only that, but we've taken pictures of it because we have been to space because we're humans. We've done.
We've taken pictures. We've been to space. We always on that bloody same old thing. We did this. We did that. No, we haven't. No, you like to believe we did that sort of stuff, but this is what every glober always does every time. We've done this. We've done that. Well, we do brain surgery. We circumcise children. We perform breast surgery. We cure, well, okay, we give people injections. What else do we say? Oh, we travel in boats all around the world. Oh, hang on. We drive trucks. We fly airplanes. We do all this sort of stuff all the time because some humans have done it. Nobody thinks like that, except when it comes to the I don't know, the brainwashed mind of the glober. When something is beyond their scope of something they've personally done, then we've done it. But anything else, no, well, we haven't run the 4-minute mile, but we have. You know what I mean? Everything is we when it comes to something outside of the scope of the ability of something we can do. That is how you know they're indoctrinated.
Great things. We've made great strides, and we can see that the Earth is, in fact, a sphere, which, well, effectively confirms the shape of the Earth. And again, I really think that's about where the honest debate ends, and this is where a lot of the fun begins.
No wonder old matey is over here laughing his head off because you're just full of shit, Leo. You've said nothing about the rotundity. You've said nothing about the speed. You've said nothing about how the atmosphere could cling with us through the vacuum of space as we're hurtling 10 times the speed of a railgun projectile through a vacuum. You've just come up with a whole bunch of stuff of what we've done, which you obviously haven't. And there's your argument. Fucking troll.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your introductory statement there, Leo. We are going to kick it into an open discussion. So if you haven't already, hit the like button. Share this out in those spaces you'd like to have these discussions as well. And also, hey, if you're a big podcast listener, we do have all of these podcasts, all these debates, I should say, uploaded to our podcast within 24 hours. So if you like what you're hearing from either of our speakers, they'll also be tagged in our podcast link along with our YouTube.
The only reason I'm actually
so
letting this go is because I'm pretty sure Ross said some really cool stuff.
What you just heard, and we'll get into
And
the
I just want
discussion.
to
Thanks everybody again for being here.
Yes. You guys can hear me okay?
Excellent.
All right, Leo, if I may, one of the things that we have to really be aware of when we're trying to figure out what's going on, right, is whether or not we're being logical. And maybe that doesn't matter to you because, like you said, you're just here for entertainment, right? And I get that, right? These things are somewhat entertaining, right? But I'm not going to lie, especially with these kind of conversations, I'm part of a small group of people that honestly wants to figure out what's really going on, right? And so when we have debates about stuff, right, we always have to make sure that our arguments are logical, right? Because if they're not logical, then they're not valid. All right. You have to have logical arguments or else your argument really isn't valid at all. You're just using words. All right. So this is where fallacies come in. I know you guys hate those words here, right? But literally when I went to school in 2010, the very first classes they had me take were linguistics classes and logic 101. So that way we could learn how to make logical arguments that were also sound, right? And then not only that, we could learn how to use words properly. So I think that those two things are very, very key when we're having debates. And I just want to let you know that your whole opening was just completely fallacious.
I love that. I love that. He just fucking nailed him to the floor. Yes, Leo, your whole argument was fallacious, and look at you. You just but I've got all my globe defenders. They're on my side. We're the majority. I'll be right. You didn't listen to a word he just said, and he just nailed you to the floor with beautiful, calm logic. I love that. This is why I know I wanted to listen to this debate again. He just got you there. Fucking boom.
Literally, you just appealed to consensus, right? Everybody knows this, right? And think about it. When I started, I immediately said, you know what? Let's get right to the experiments. Let's get right to the observations, because this is a scientific debate. This is not about philosophy. If you want to debate philosophy, I could debate philosophy with you, but we're going to have to transition out of that, and you're going to have to concede to all the scientific points that I made. So if you want to concede to all the scientific points that I made, that all the observations and experiments show what I said, and then we can go on to the philosophy of what might be going on because of what other people think, then that's fine. You also said gravity.
Hell yeah.
Like I said, gravity has already been proven to be electrostatics. I pulled up a whole list of articles that prove that there is no such thing as what we call quote unquote gravity. And they discovered this in the 50s when they looked at the galaxy clusters and realized that there was not enough gravity to keep the galaxies from escaping. You understand? So that's when they actually had to change gravity. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Feel free to jump in anytime there, Leo.
Yeah, my bad. I just want, and then like, you know, you assume asteroids, like all of these, like you look at stuff in the stars, right? And you say, look, we can tell by looking at it, right? I can look at it and see that that everything is spheroidal. All right, fine, but let's use your reasoning. If I look in the stars and everything is a sphere, so I must assume the Earth is a sphere. If we're going by observation, right? What I see is I see everything in the stars move, but I don't see the Earth move. So when do we trust our eyes? Do we trust our eyes when we look far away, or do we trust them when we look close? Which one is it? Because you want us to trust that what we see in the eye is what we see in the sky is true, but you don't want us to trust that the Earth is not moving when all experiments shows that it's not moving.
Oh, bam. Oh, fucking Leo's got nothing. He just got nailed to the floor, doubled down. This dude, he knows what he's talking about. He's here for a serious debate, and Leo's just here to be a fucking troll. Oh, man. Yeah, I think he might be, maybe it's Will Urkel. I don't know. It's just, that was just beautiful. That's why I'm pretty sure I wanted to listen to this again, because holy crap. You just defined the whole debate. You're here to debate. The other guy's just there to be an NPC.
I guess I'll start with the fact that I didn't appeal to a consensus in my opening statement, but
watch him start.
Something that you brought up that I want to point out, because this is often this is never completed, is people who refer to whatever his name was, George Airy or whatever it was, then the Michelson-Morley experiment that these men showed that the Earth is not moving.
Yes.
That's only half of the statement. What these experiments show is that the Earth is not moving through an ether.
That's not true.
That's what these experiments were designed to do. Airy's experiment, he put water in it to see if there was a difference in stellar aberration as a result of the refraction of water, which is something that would happen if there were an ether, and he did not detect that. And the same with the Michelson-Morley experiment.
My bad.
They went to figure out, okay, if there's an ether and the Earth is moving, the Earth will be moving through that ether, and so we can detect a.
Yeah, but that's a false dichotomy, isn't it? If the Earth isn't moving and it ain't moving through an ether, then it doesn't have to prove it's moving through an ether to prove it's not moving, because it ain't moving in the first place.
Drag on the Earth from the ether as a result of the Earth's motion through it. And the Michelson-Morley detected no such drag. Now, this does not mean that the Earth is not moving simpliciter. It means that the Earth is not moving through the ether. And I'll just start with that one point.
Oh, it's moving through a vacuum.
Can you hear me? Sure. Okay. Okay. So that's a misrepresentation, because what is true is that it was a scientific consensus back then that there was an ether. And let's be honest, it's scientific consensus now that there is an ether. And I hear you guys say this all the time, that so many of the things that we do today depend on the Earth being a globe. No. The only thing that our way of life depends on is the fact that there is an ether. Nikola Tesla literally said, I had to assume that there was an ether and that it acted like this in order to invent all of our modern inventions that we have today, they all depend on the fact that there was an ether. So that's why the experiment was called that, to detect the motion of the earth through the ether. So what they did was, instead of going with the result of the experiment, which was the earth isn't moving, they decided to throw all of known science out and completely change the laws of physics. And this is not scientific, because they didn't do that based on an experiment. They didn't run an experiment that showed that there wasn't an ether. They ran an experiment that showed that the earth wasn't moving through it. So that's the answer to that. Don't misrepresent it by saying they discovered that there wasn't an ether, because no. There is an ether. They never, and even Einstein himself said that he never should have, in general relativity, in special relativity, he never should have claimed that there wasn't an ether. He should have claimed that there was an ether, but that there was no resistance, basically, and that's why we couldn't detect ourselves moving through it.
All right, what I'm going to do there is I'm going to set a 1.5-minute timer. I'll just let you know when you got 10 seconds. Go ahead.
I'm actually thinking I don't really want to listen.
There is no ether,
this.
no physicists today.
Whoops, I thought I'd pause it. I'm actually thinking I don't really want to listen through this whole debate because it's pretty long and stuff. What I actually was interested to do is that this was, I wonder if I can fast forward it a little bit. I didn't watch the whole of this debate either. And it's very annoying and loud and stuff. But I actually wanted to watch this because I think that Sov Sit is a pretty cool dude, to be honest. He's down to earth, he's got his shit worked out, and he argues the flat earth really well. And I think he did a pretty good job on this, but I haven't actually watched it. I only caught some of the end part of it. And so I'm just going to let it play. And even if I turn it down, because I don't want to get a copyright strike over Jaronism's very annoying music. I'm not a fan of rap. Did I ever mention that? I don't like it that much. But anyway, he runs a pretty good debate channel. And so we'll get into this one.
Mind, and I don't know why that.
And we'll see how it goes.
Thumbnail before his text got put on top of it.
Anyway,
It's nonetheless, that's the wrong thumbnail. I'll get the right one here up there in a second. Hopefully, that's not the one that's on the video.
I did actually have to rewind it to listen to on the way home, so I've listened to it. I haven't watched it, so I'm going to jump in and make comments. That's what this show's all about. So if you don't want to watch, don't.
No, I'll have to check that one out. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hopefully, you guys are doing well. We are doing well here. Let's say hello to everybody. We've got both these guys on.
How's it going? How you doing, brother?
Let's see here. There we go. All right, let's start with Brenda. Brenda, go ahead and say hello to everybody, and we will get going. Who are you? Where they can find you? All that fun stuff.
Good evening. My name is Brenda, and I have a piss poor YouTube channel called Brenda Debates. Maybe I'll start making some actual videos, but for right now, there's not much there.
All right. Well, thank you. We're happy we're here, and you've got your
Brenda Debates dribbles. It's basically piss poor. At least she is honest.
Your opponent is going to be Dave. Dave, it's your first time on the show. Welcome. Our first time really talking. So nice to finally meet you.
Muted. He's muted.
Oh, you're muted. I'm sorry. I had to mute you both during the intro. You're talking about tools for some reason or something. I don't know. And Dave, go ahead. Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. He's got a YouTube channel. Go ahead and say hello to everybody where they can find you.
Oh, hey. Okay, there we go. Good to be here, Jaron. Thanks for having me on. You can find me at Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, or you can use the at SSUM3690 to find my channel. I'm also on Rumble at SSUM369. I have on both the channels, I talk about a wide variety of things, pretty much how you are influenced, embedded, and brainwashed from an early age all the way up through adulthood. And I
can totally agree. I actually think listening to his channel is one of the most entertaining channels I've found these days. You know, like, strongly recommend him. Go and subscribe to the dude. He is awesome.
Try to break people away from this paradigm of thinking in order for them to be able to think for themselves. We say that we brainwash people into thinking for themselves. We cover a lot of flat earth topics, Mandela effects, subliminal messaging, all kinds of things like that. So
Awesome. We are happy that you're here. And the topic for tonight is the shape of the Earth. And we're going to see who goes first. We'll let Dave call it since he is first timer here. You want heads or tails? Let me move that so you can see it. There we go. Heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it is heads. Do you want to go first or second, Brenda?
He is new, so he can go first.
Sounds good. All right, we got 3 minutes on the clock. Let me get this off there. 3 minutes for your intro. And
Hey, dude. You got Diana Dama. As I know him, Lucky. Man, I was thinking of you today, Diana Dama. I'm looking for that song, you know, that here's to the one that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. And I was going to do that as my intro song to today. And would you believe it? The song has disappeared out of my playlist. So anyway, I'm going to have to redo it all again. But anyway, bro, I was thinking about that. And Aussie Gold, what the fuck, man? Okay, that's cool. Like, nice couple. That's cool. Probably something in their water. I have a feeling it could be in everybody's water. I'm starting to wonder, you know, we all eating a little bit too much soy or something, or what is going on? Why are the frogs turning grey over and where they used to be green? Things aren't exactly what they'd seem, man, because yeah, we could be getting sprayed from the sky. I imagine they could be doing it that way. They could be trying to feminize all the men and masculinize all the women. Who would know? But it is what it is. Drinks bring back all the memories, bro. Fuck yeah, because, man, I miss that song. I had it in my head all day. And all I wanted to do was come home because job finished early because it's pissing down with rain and it's cancelled. I just want to come home and play that song, and do you think I could find it?
And we'll cover the layout as soon as both intros are done. So we got 3 minutes each, and it begins when you are ready.
Okay. So I would like to start out by saying that by all observation and experiments, we find that the Earth to be a topographical level stationary plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. We see absolutely no evidence of any curvature, and we absolutely see no evidence of any movement. Now, one of the biggest things is that in order for people to believe this globe, it had to be embedded into your mind at a very, very young age. And what they did was they glossed over all of the fundamental basic flaws to get you to accept it, and then just stacked upon it. What I mean by that, when you're a child, you don't have much critical thinking. You don't think to ask, how do we have air pressure without containment, which we know later on through experience and also through actual knowledge, not education, that this is, of course, an impossible condition. The idea of water conforming to any kind of a shape is also another ridiculous idea. This would require molecular bonding, especially like with gases. Gases do not assume shapes. Gases are a fluid. So these two things, and when I went back and started looking, I grew up a globe fanatic. I mean, I was all about space and Star Trek and everything else. My dad, he was into the scientism. I read Isaac Asimov, Carl Sagan, and all the rest of the fantastical philosophers of this philosophy of a solar system. I truly believed it. When I first got hit with anything about flat Earth, I went, oh, no way, man, I'm going to debunk this. But the only way I can really do this, I need to look at both sides critically. And so to do that, I had to start from square one, and that's where I started finding the problems. And one of the biggest ones is the excuse of gravity, an unproven idea that has yet to be actually proven, but is assumed and then prescribed or ascribed to other objects that we see in the sky. I furthermore think that looking at objects in the sky to determine the condition of where you're standing looking at it is as ridiculous as me checking the chlorine level of my swimming pool to determine if I have enough coolant in my car.
All right. Sorry. If I can love his argument, it's great. But somebody who said the triggered limey, RH, come on, dude. Who's the triggered limey? Do not tell me it's Fight the Putter. You know, I know he was a painful triggered limey, but surely it's not him, mate. G'day, Alan. Good to see you, bro. I really have to know who's the triggered limey. The limey just means pommy because they had to eat limes to stop from getting scurvy when they're traveling on the ships. That was the whole idea anyway. But bloody hell. You can't just leave us hanging, man. Who's the triggered limey that died? Because I know quite a few of them. There's plenty of them. Rightio. Well, I'm going to just continue on. Dave is just nailing this. He's doing an awesome job. And we're just going to let him keep talking and demolish. Oh, my God. She's not good looking.
One has absolutely, literally nothing to do with the other at all when you're talking about the condition of where you're standing. Now, as far as movements in the sky, there are other explanations for some of these movements that we see. And so therefore, they're really not conclusive proof of a globe Earth, which I contend is scientifically impossible for those reasons alone of
Okay,
gas pressure.
Do you want an additional minute? You can take it if you want.
No, go ahead. I'm good.
Okay. We got Brenda up next with your 3 minutes. It starts when you want. You're on mute, Brenda. Sorry. Oops, what happened? Oh, you screen sharing? I see what's going on. Oh, are you screen sharing? Did you do that on purpose? Or I don't know if that's on accident.
It says it's sharing my screen.
Okay, I didn't know that you were doing that. That's all. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Go ahead. We're ready.
Yeah. So this is run at the beginning of Globebusters. We accept the reality of the world with which we are presented. It's as simple as that. This is, of course, a fallacy. It is assuming the fallacy of begging the question. It's what is called Sellers called the myth of the given. There is no such thing as reality being simply given to us, and that we accept that that's what reality is. That is just not how knowledge works. It's not how philosophy works or epistemology work. We come to knowledge through a justification, through reason. So we have knowledge is a justified true belief. It is not simply pointing and declaring. This is just point and declare.
This guy's supposed to be a sort of like professional debater, and I think it's pretty much about like every other globe. Everything is punctuated with why the fuck can't they just, speak clearly and confidently about what they believe in? Everything's well, I have to remember what was that other trigger thing I have to say and if you watch Modern Day Debate this afternoon, I'll think about it. Nah, probably not. Try and download that and put it on here. Probably not, because I haven't really thought about it. I'm not that confident. But every single time when these guys, this is his presentation. This is the opening presentation on Jeranism's debate. You're invited on here. You're given your opportunity. Why are you wasting half of your time saying,
It is a logical fallacy. To date, no flat earther has ever debunked or falsified a single globe claim, nor have they presented a single shred of evidence that
Sorry.
is positive evidence for the proposition that the Earth is flat. No such evidence is ever given. Flat earthers want to debate the globe. They want to debate relativity. They want to debate gravity, but they don't want to debate geometry. Gravity, we could live in a universe without gravity, and the Earth could be flat or it could be round.
Well, see, that's a pretty big claim there to say that we don't want to debate geometry. Well, I mean, if anybody has ever done geometry, most of what you do in geometry is done within a visual range of, say, centimeters and meters or inches and feet. Once we're talking flat Earth, we're talking about kilometers and kilometers and kilometers of distance, the sort of thing where a visual image of it isn't going to cut it. You know, it's outside of your visual range. We're talking beyond the horizon. The horizon is generally only 5 freaking kilometers away. And you want to use geometry to prove the globe? That's not how you do it. Geometry isn't it isn't involved.
Gravity has no logical necessary connection to the geometry of the Earth.
What? Of course gravity has no... Fuck. I can't believe I just heard that. I mean, I seriously want to listen over some of this dribble a little bit longer. I'll try. Here we go.
It is a logical fallacy.
Yes.
To date, no flat earther has ever debunked or falsified a single globe claim, nor have they presented a single shred of evidence that is positive evidence for the proposition that the Earth is flat.
That is absolute bullshit. Sorry, I should have put my little window down there while I'm talking. That is absolute bullshit. Every single thing that we present as proof of the flat Earth is undebunkable. It's flat water as far as the eye can see. The black swan, have you heard of that? That's evidence. We can see really far, miles and miles and miles further than curvature should allow for. We've seen pictures of islands 90 miles away in places like Hawaii. In 60 miles of distance, everywhere on the flat Earth, a half a mile of drop, curvature drop, should exist. In 60 miles. In 90 miles, an entire mile of drop. In 60 miles, world's tallest building, Burj Khalifa, that amount of drop should exist. You should not be seeing the horizon. It should be dropped, gone. We see it all the fucking time, man. How you can say that flat earthers have never presented evidence when everything we present proves the Earth is flat and stationary? I mean,
no such evidence is ever given. Flat earthers want to debate the globe. They want to debate relativity. They want to.
We don't want to debate relativity. It's not even up for debate. Relativity is invented on the background of somebody who can't describe why speed doesn't exist. Well, we'll just make up relative speed, man. And we'll say, well, that thing moving proves we're moving. Fucking, why would we even want to debate a load of crap on that?
To debate gravity, but they don't want to debate geometry.
Don't. See, I still missed it. He somehow snuck that in there. Debate. I'll just let it run. Don't want to debate geometry.
Gravity, we could live in a universe with
gravity. Oh, he just throws gravity in there. There he goes. We could live in a universe. He's jumping all over the fucking shop.
Without gravity, and the Earth could be flat, or
the Earth is flat. We can prove it. Water level.
could be round. Gravity has no logical necessary connection to the geometry of the Earth.
I'll agree with that. There's no logical connection to the geometry of the Earth because there is no gravity and there is no curvature. So, of course.
Relativity has no logical necessary connection to our particular universe. We could logically exist in a universe where relativity is false, and the Earth could still be a globe.
What? No. Your globe needs your relativity. It needs your gravity. It needs all of those things. So you can't go and deny your own beliefs and say that we could still live in the same sort of universe where we're hurtling through a vacuum of space 10 times faster than the rate of a fucking railgun projectile. And that's just our orbital speed, mind you. That's only the second speed. We've got far greater ones than that. But the globe depends on all of those things to exist. And you're saying we could still live in a universe without those things if we can believe strongly enough. Wow.
Relativity, quantum mechanics, and gravity could all be false, and we could still be in either on a globe or a flat Earth, because these are not logically connected. It is in our universe deemed typically nomologically necessary that given the mass of the Earth, that it would necessarily form a sphere, but that's not a logical connection, that's nomological. So someday, some flat earther will present evidence. It will not show that the Earth is flat because it isn't.
Wow.
I'm done.
Wow. Okay. That was a presentation to prove the globe Earth, because nobody can prove it's flat, even though we've proven it's flat because water seeks and finds its level. And because you just went and denied every single thing that the globe depends upon, relativity and all the rest of it, it could still exist and we can have it, and globers can't. Wow. Unbelievable. That was the presentation for the opening statement. I hope Dave just smashes him in.
Sounds good. Let me bring you back over here. Okay, thank you very much for that. And sorry for the screen scripts, but we fixed it eventually. Let's see here. I don't know why that.
As I say, I haven't actually watched this yet. That's why I'm watching this for the first time and commenting as I go. The globe is loco, as RH says, and I can't quite read that, so I'm going to make it bigger. And that still don't work because I put a bloody thing in my face, don't they? Bloody still don't work. Globe isn't loco. I think that people who believe the globe aren't crazy. They're just creating problems in life. No, they're fucking crazy as motherfucker. It's clear as day.
Share screen's acting weird. Let's move this over. Okay, let's go. All right, so let's go with the next step is going to be your questions. Basically, we ask 3 questions each, about a minute apiece, just to get to know each other or answer some questions that you might have. So, Dave, you're going to go first. Do you have a question for Brenda?
And HE nailed it there. High altitude footage using a normal camera other than one with a fisheye lens, or even footage with a fisheye lens on the surface of the Earth, becomes concave as the camera moves. Exactly right. We've seen endless realms of this footage now. That's what convinced me to become a flat earther, is that I started watching high altitude balloon footage and the fucking place is flat. And so when they use a fisheye lens camera, well, yeah, sure, the horizon might go concave and convex and up and down. That proves it's flat. It is flat. It is flat. Felix Baumgartner goes up to 128,000 feet, and the balloon lands to the east of where he took off from. I mean, how high do the globers think that the atmosphere is going with us and pushing everything across? You know, it pushes helicopters, it pushes hot air balloons, it pushes aeroplanes, it pushes everything, but it doesn't push bullets. Bullets, on the other hand, they suffer from the Coriolis effect, but everything else gets pushed 1,000 miles an hour, 1.35 times the speed of sound, towards the east with the spin of the Earth and the atmosphere and all the clouds. They're all just moving faster than the speed of sound. Not a problem. That all works, but bullets don't. Bullets, they suffer from Coriolis effect. Everything else, how ridiculous is that to believe that everything is being pushed across at the speed 1/3 times the speed of sound? But when something leaves the atmosphere, it has taken the momentum of the Earth, so it will also land far to the east. Let's not even think about the 10 times the speed of the railgun projectile that orbits the sun at. Or let's not even think about the 80 times speed of the railgun projectile that the sun moves in another direction. Everything just moves with the atmosphere to create the illusion of being perfectly still. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
You know, is this regarding what she just now said?
Well, you can make it about that, or you can make it about anything that you want. Just
Yeah, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be my introduction. You can
Okay,
go with
cool.
whatever you had prepared.
Okay, cool.
It's up to you.
So, can you demonstrate a gas pressure system without containment? As nowhere else in nature does this ever exist. So can you demonstrate this in a repeatable, demonstrable experimentation? That
No, you can't. No, look into your other screen. You're not Craig from Fight the Flat Earth here. You can't look to your audience for help. Oh, Discord, help me out here. Dave just asked a very logical question, and you are fucked. No, you cannot demonstrate atmospheric pressure gradient clinging to anything, especially inside of a vacuum. Great question.
you can have this condition that would otherwise be impossible.
The argument that can you state the argument that gas must be contained?
Yes.
Pressure?
In order to, and for there to be pressure due to the definition of pressure, the act of pressing, something has to be there. Okay, because gas, as I discussed earlier, they're not bonded. Gas molecules are not bonded. They are going to spread out to fill the empty space. Okay, and they're going to become thinner and thinner and thinner and dissipate. And even according to some of the science that I read when I was really into it, that it's estimated that there's like 1 atom of hydrogen per cubic meter in space. Now that's on, I guess, on average.
But what is the argument? What is the argument that gas necessarily must, in order for there to be pressure, there must be containment?
Because it's what's causing the pressure. There's no pressure without containment of a gas.
That's just, you're just repeating the claim.
No, I'm not. It is. I mean, it just is. I mean, what do you mean? If there can be gas pressure without containment, can you demonstrate such a condition?
Yeah, that would be atmospheric pressure. Yes.
No, I'm not. So the only, wait a second, hold on. So you're saying the only existence of this impossible condition is the atmosphere itself. Now you've already put a thing in there because you're giving gas a shape. Does gas have a shape?
It will take whatever shape the force is acting on it, put it to.
What force is acting on it?
Any force.
What force is acting on the atmos?
Gravity.
The apparent force of gravity.
The apparent force of gravity. Can you tell me the downward acceleration of gravity of air due to gravity?
Yeah, it's about 9.8 meters per second per second.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yes.
Okay. How?
Yes.
Demonstrate air being a downward acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, we can. Galileo in his experiments on an inclined plane demonstrated
Galileo!
that there is an apparent force of downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. He rolled objects down an inclined plane, made numerous runs, and came up with 9.8 meters per second. He also demonstrated that.
But that's not air. How did he roll air down?
Air has mass.
Air has mass, but air is air is not bonded. Air molecules are not bonded.
Oh, my
That's
God.
correct. They're not bonded.
Dave is fucking crushing you there, Brenda. What the fuck? What the fuck? Air rolls down a gradient. Man, you are getting absolutely crushed. This is just beautiful.
So then what you have to do is you have to demonstrate air.
Yeah, sorry, why not? I think this debate was only like yesterday. I think I saw it yesterday. Could have been the day before. Don't get me wrong. This is a very recent debate.
Having a downward acceleration, you can claim it. You can claim it all you want to, but you have to demonstrate that in order for it to be true, because we do not see a downward acceleration of air.
Yeah, we do.
You would agree? No, we don't. All we have to do is change temperature. All we have.
That's exactly right. Air has its own temperature gradient, and the warmer the air gets, the more it rises, and then the cooler air rushes in and fills its place. That's why we have wind. This is something that I have to explain to globers constantly. We have wind here on Earth. Oh, wind? No, my atmosphere moves with my spinning space ball. Hello, wind. Hello. Two different winds moving different directions, one down on the surface, one up in the clouds, and you can see different layers of clouds moving different directions at the same time. But my atmosphere moves with my spinning space ball. 1/3 times the speed of sound, 86.8 times the speed of sound, 370 times. Yeah, that. In order to create the appearance of being perfectly still air is moving all those speeds, actually more than wind, to create the illusion of being perfectly still. When you see wind, that's actually air being more still than still air. Creates the illusion of wind. But I'm a glober.
Have to do is change the temperature and the composition of the atmos. I know you guys love your gradient and everything, but you're totally not taking into context Dalton's law or Boyle's law.
Air has mass. We can weigh it.
Okay.
Right? Just the same way we weigh anything. You put it into, say, for instance, a canister, and the canister weighs more. Just like if you go to the grocery store and you buy peanut butter, you take an empty container, put the peanut butter in there, and the difference is you hit tare, and the difference is the weight of the peanut butter. You can do the same thing with a canister holding oxygen.
Holy fucking shit. So if I take a canister of air and I put oxygen into it, it's going to weigh more? I can do that experiment, actually. I've got an oxygen bottle, I've got a scale, and I've got an empty peanut butter jar. But I'm not going to waste my fucking time trying to do a global experiment.
Let's go back to the question real quick, just and we'll move on to the next one. And you can bring this up in the 15 minutes later. But so the question was, can you demonstrate an example of that? And yours was the atmosphere was the answer.
The atmosphere of the Earth, of Jupiter, of Mars, of Venus, of Uranus, of Neptune.
Okay.
Right. There's several planets that have atmospheres, and there is no container surrounding them.
Okay. Gotcha.
And you can't prove anything else. I'm still laughing about it. He's talking about the atmosphere of Uranus. One of my arguments that I presented, I'll just make myself look a little bit larger, so I don't look too retarded speaking. One of the ones I used some time back when I did a debate on Modern Day Debate about gravity existing. So you can take an empty balloon And if you tie a knot into that balloon, it will drop to the ground, right? You can take a helium gas bottle full of compressed helium and put it on a scale, and it will measure a certain weight. And then if you took a similar or the same balloon, untied the knot, and you could put helium into that balloon and inflate it, you could see that the gas bottle is going down in weight. Therefore, it is transferring some of that weight into the balloon, but the balloon becomes lighter than air and it doesn't fall to the ground. Now, how is that possible if that's matter transfer from one place that makes that one weigh less into another environment that makes this one also weigh less? It proves there is no gravity. It's all about the density. The density of that gas compressed into the gas bottle has expanded into the balloon, and the balloon isn't as solid a structure as the gas bottle. So it gets bigger. So per volume of the space it takes up, it is less dense than the air. So it rises up through the air. So how can you say that weight is gravity when it just proves it's not? Weight is density. Density per volume. So if you could crush that gas in the balloon back up into the same amount of space, into a tiny little space, it would not float. But the balloon allows it to because it's flexible. So when it's inside the gas bottle, that amount of mass, of molecular stuff, it doesn't give a flying fuck about an apparent pulling force. It's relative density. It is so simple. That alone should be enough. Yeah, you could explain that, I think, to most primary school students, to say that it's the volume, the density per volume. I go through this argument almost daily, to be honest. Like, I'm a sucker for punishment. When they talk about mass, mass is a placeholder name. You have a volume of mass and you have a density of mass. When you work out the density of the mass times the volume of the mass, gives you the weight of the mass. You do not have density times gravity equals mass. That's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Density of the mass, volume of the mass, weight of the mass. Simple. So simple. Righty. Rant over. How do I make that big again? And click that.
Your first question for Dave.
So how do you derive the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, given that the Earth is flat, for a nautical mile? Nautical miles are defined as 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. If the Earth is flat, how do you derive that?
And what are you basing that?
No, that's not a flat Earth argument. That's a globe Earth argument. That's your argument. Why would you ask Dave to even ask you to prove a globe Earth argument? Dumb.
What are you basing that increase in? What is that due to? What, stellar navigation?
On the globe, nautical degrees, nautical on a globe, nautical miles are defined as degrees from Polaris, right?
Okay.
We measure degrees from Polaris, and
Right.
that's 1 nautical mile per degree from Polaris, right?
Yeah, that's just basic perspective. I explain this one all the time too. If you look down the road and you look at the street poles getting lower and lower, and you look at the road ramping up higher and higher, the street poles are getting lower to perspective. Polaris will do exactly the same thing. If you walk down to the end of the road and you look back, you'll see all of a sudden, shit, now the street light next to you that looked so tiny is now the big one, and the one that looked so big is now the tiny one, and yet still the road is ramping up to you. That is what happens with Polaris, and that is how we mapped the world, dude. That's how we mapped it. By every degree, what we agreed upon to be a degree, as we got away from Polaris, that's where we drew our latitude lines on circular charts around Polaris, and that's why the North Pole is the center of the Earth. Sorry to jump in and interrupt you there, Dave. You probably got this.
But on a flat Earth, that doesn't work because
Why?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
right, because it's a different relation.
Why is it a different relation?
Yeah.
Because flat versus curved will yield different distances.
So, what medium are you viewing these stars through?
The air.
Yeah, but I mean, what medium are they in?
Don't know. It isn't
It
relevant.
doesn't. It doesn't matter. What if it was liquid? Would it matter?
Not really.
It wouldn't.
No.
So you don't think maybe perhaps even a curved lens, like maybe a firmament, and a liquid medium can falsify the position of something based on your angle of view?
Is that your hypothesis then?
No, it's not a hypothesis. I can show you right now that it will. You want to see? I can show you right now that it will. All right. Hang on one sec. Let me back up here to this.
I love that he's always
And
in the
where's
access to. That's what.
Little guy
The reason
in
that I
pool.
said it won't make much difference is because at higher angles of elevation, the amount of refraction is not very significant.
We didn't even use refraction. Well, sorry, I didn't even use refraction. I just said, looking down any old fucking street, any old one, the street lights are going to appear to get lower and lower. What do you think the stars might do that are actually multiple miles high in the sky going to also do as you get further away from them? Of course, they're going to follow the same laws of perspective. It is so obvious. Okay. Got to watch Dave do this.
Okay, so I'm going to show you something that happens through a liquid medium with a curved lens. Okay.
Yeah, you're proposing that there's a curved lens between my eye and
I'm saying it's a possibility. We don't know. We don't know because as I've already stated, and this is going to be not just my hypothesis, but it's a fact that there has to be some kind of containment in order for us to have air.
Now,
So
you haven't shown that.
Watch the position of this guy.
Yeah, I know. This is due to refraction.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's little refraction.
Viewing. Hold on. If I was
They're not uniting.
watch when he gets right in front of him.
Yeah, I understand. It
Okay.
looks freaky. I understand that.
There we go.
Right.
There we go.
Right. So this is
what I'm
this
saying.
is 90. This is
what I'm
90
saying,
degrees.
though, is listen. Hold on. What I'm saying is this. Is that right there? He's there at 90 degrees. But as we move away, we see that there's more and more deviation as we move away. Correct? Okay. So as we view it from an angle, we get more and more deviation.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying this is what is exactly happening. What I am saying is that without absolutely knowing, we could. This is an absolute possibility.
And I think the fact is that wasn't even a curved surface. I mean, the front surface of that pool might have been curved, but the top of it, where you actually saw the refraction going from the head to the body, that was a flat surface too. It wasn't even curved.
Well,
Okay.
then you have a hypothesis then that there is
Right.
a solid barrier
Uh-huh.
and water above that solid
That's
barrier.
a possibility.
Is that
Yeah.
correct? Well,
There was no refraction though from up and down. All the refraction was seen from the side as the viewer moved around. The up and down didn't even exist. I'm even going to replay that because I think this is very significant.
But it's a fact that there has to be some kind of containment in order for us to have it.
See that the surface is flat. Damn it, that I paused it right on that with that thing. The surface is flat. Okay, the front of the swimming pool might be a little bit rounded, but the surface is absolutely flat.
Air.
No, you
So
haven't shown that.
Watch the position of this guy.
Yeah, I know. This is due to.
See, look, that is refraction. That's what refraction does. It completely disjoints one thing from another thing seen through that lens, just like when you look at the straw through a glass of water. You are not seeing anything refracted due to curvature of the earth, ever, ever, ever.
Refraction.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's little refraction.
Viewing, hold on, if I was
You're not uniting.
watch when he gets right in front of him.
Yeah, I understand. I understand it
Okay.
looks freaky. I understand that.
There we go.
Right.
There we go.
Right. So this is
what I'm
this
saying.
is 90. This is
What I'm
90
saying,
degrees.
though, is listen, hold on. What I'm saying is this: is that right there, he's there at 90 degrees. But as we move away, we see that there's more and more deviation as we move away. Correct? Okay. So as we view it from an angle, we get more and more deviation. Now, I'm not saying this is what is exactly happening. What I am saying is that without absolutely knowing, we could. This is an absolute possibility. Okay?
Well, then you need to. You have a hypothesis then that there is a solid barrier, and water above that solid barrier.
Possibility, yeah.
Well, it's necessary, I think, for what you're saying, right? It's
or
not
a
just possible,
superfluid,
it's necessary.
some kind of a superfluid. I don't know.
Yeah.
We have to get there to know.
Yeah. So we see no evidence of that, and so until you have evidence to support your hypothesis,
What the fuck? We just saw the evidence there. It was air above the water. There was no refraction, whatever you globers might think that is. That's not what we saw. The refraction we saw was due to the fact that you're looking through a different angle through the water to the dude's head. We don't see that in our atmosphere. We see atmosphere. That's it. Just atmosphere. So if we see too far or things don't appear to be where they are, that is due to atmosphere, not refraction. Globers just love that word refraction because they jump to it as quickly as they can. Oh, I just seen a really cool bird out the window. As quickly as they can when it comes to, as they do with gravity. Everything works due to gravity. Everything works due to refraction. That answers don't need to bring up that bullshit.
I can reject it.
Well, we don't really. How do we know what's above the containment?
Well, it doesn't matter. You don't have any evidence to support your hypothesis.
I don't have any evidence that would suggest that it's not, though, either. We're at the point right now, if nobody can go there and check, we can look at a number of possibilities. Is that correct or not?
Well, of course, people have been there and are there.
No, they're not.
Literally, yeah.
No, they're not.
They're there right now.
Then how did you get past the container?
There isn't one.
There has to be.
No, but why isn't there one then?
There is.
Obviously,
there has
the ISS
to be.
is up there.
Brenda, then you have to demonstrate a gas pressure system without containment and not point at the very thing in question. You have to actually demonstrate that that you can actually have gravity, that your gravity that you postulate can actually prevent the equalization of pressurized gases. Pressurized gases, of course, requiring containment in order to be pressurized.
That's because it takes energy for a molecule of gas to gain altitude.
For fuck's sakes. Dave is just absolutely smashing you, and now you're saying it takes energy for a molecule of gas to find altitude after your whole entire argument is that gravity is the energy pulling it down. Oh, God, this is just poetic. Poetic. Obviously, yeah, I don't even need to speak.
No, it doesn't. It just
Yes,
keeps
that's
going.
what it
Gas
means.
behavior
No.
doesn't go like gas keeps
There's no
go-
law. There's no law
Till
in
it
physics
stops.
that says that.
Yes, Boyle's law.
That Boyle's law doesn't say that a gas molecule must necessarily continue going in a straight line.
Can you demonstrate through repeatable and demonstrable experimentation that gravity can prevent the equalization of pressurized gases? Yes or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
You
Gravity.
can. Okay.
Yeah. Gravity acts on objects with mass. Air has mass. Therefore, air will be affected by gravity, and it will lose its kinetic energy as it gains altitude.
That's a postulation, not a
That's a
demonstration.
logical argument.
Oh no, hang on. What did Newton say? An object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force. And we know for a fact that anywhere we see a higher pressure gradient, we'll instantly move into the lower one. Like, I mean, you got your gas bottle, you open the valve, the high pressure forces out as fast as it possibly can until the gas bottle has equalized pressure. So an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force. So if the Earth is moving through a huge vacuum of space, then our atmosphere must automatically move towards the low pressure of the vacuum space, and we will lose it. And there's nothing that the spinning space ball can do to stop it from doing that if it was, in fact, the spinning space ball in accordance with the heliocentric model. There's absolutely nothing. Like, you can't even bring in the Cavendish experiment because the Earth is going 10 times the rate of a railgun projectile in one direction as it's spinning on its axis 1/3 times the speed of sound through a vacuum of space. And the air molecule has no mass, no density. It has no reason to cling to the thing that is moving through that, what would be a gaseous atmosphere. If the Earth was moving, it would move through its own atmosphere. It is so simple.
No, it's a
true.
postulation. It is not a demonstration.
No, it's a logical argument that is necessarily true if the premises are true.
Okay, so Dave,
No.
we're going to get ready for question number 2. It's going great so far, guys. Hopefully you're having a good time. We've got the debate format up real quick. So we did the welcome, we did the intros. We're in the middle of the questions. They'll each ask 3 questions. They've each asked 1. Then we'll go to claims, 4 claims, 2 minutes each. And we've got then an open conversation there towards the end. If you want to ask either a question, you can do so via Super Chat, either through YouTube or Rockfin. You can do a send a tip. And if you notice that I let the time go sometimes for longer, it's because I do encourage a good conversation. So if I ever feel like they're in the middle of something that is not needing to be interrupted, I do let that go because I think that's the whole goal. That's the point, is that we want.
Don't worry, why not? I'm not forgetting about you. I'm just trying to concentrate on the discussion at the same time. And now I've just noticed a couple of chats come through. One comes from Aussie Gold here. He's a pretty cool dude, so I better read this one out. Even though he didn't give me a super chat. Kidding me. I wouldn't even know what a super chat is. My glasses aren't working either way. Maybe if I get back far enough. I have a good one that I'm still trying to figure out. If the moon follows the equator, why is it right above in winter when it's supposed to be cooler and it's off in the north through summer? Yeah, that's not the moon, bro. If you understand anything about the moon, if you really watch it, sometimes it could be winter or summer and it can be way, way off to the sort of east, west, north, south. The moon's got nothing to do with the temperatures. The moon is on its own ecliptical path and it does what it does. And it goes through, like, I still haven't updated my my new map yet. I don't know if I can show that in my background. Ordinarily, I have a no, not going to be that one. A moon chart. That's still last year's one. But the moon is always going to be doing what it's doing, and if you look closely, it'll go through a different house of the zodiac every about 2 to 3 days. So whatever the moon's doing, don't even think about that. It's got nothing to do with the seasons or the weather, only the tides. Somebody called "Don't You Forget About Me." Oh, that's what it was referring to. If gravity affected things with mass, then why is it when you put something in the vacuum, regardless of how much mass it has, it falls at the same rate if gravity is directly related to the mass? Oh, so I understand. Yeah, you think that's a logical question. Okay, what about then if I took a rubber ball and a steel ball and I put them in water? Does gravity act the same? No, gravity pulls the steel ball down, but it makes the rubber ball float. But if I drop them from a bridge, gravity says the rubber ball and the steel ball falls at exactly the same speed. How is that gravity? How is that gravity, mate? It's just relative density. Both of them, relative to the medium of air, have the same amount of air resistance, so they fall through the medium of air at the same speed. You get them into the water resistance, because of the density relative to the mass, says, I'll let the steel ball drop, but I won't let the rubbers one stop. So when you go and put them in a vacuum, I nearly swore, you go and put them in a vacuum, you've removed all density, you've removed all resistance. So both things, or all things, even a feather, will drop at the same rate because you've removed all the resistance from the relative density. Oh my God, I hate how I have to do this every freaking day, describe the most simple, basic things to the most simple, basic bluffs.
A conversation that's going somewhere, that's getting somewhere, and then as soon as they start going back and forth, where it's just going to be the basic two different sides, then I'll interrupt. So just so you know, the clock is more of a guideline than a absolute.
Right.
All right, let's go to Dave's question number 2.
Prove gravity. Can you actually prove gravity? And against the principles of buoyancy and density.
That's funny, actually, because that's what I just explained. And yeah, Aussie Gold, like as I say, the moon is just always constantly fluctuating, man. It just goes around an elliptical path. It basically follows what the sun's doing around the equator, but it's a lot more elliptical because it's basically floating around up there on the undersurface of the superfluid helium ocean, which gives it some little amount of resistance. So as the sun goes around exactly 24 hours a day, which I think is an absolute globe killer, because how could it? The moon is just about 50 minutes slower because it's got a small amount of resistance. And that is possibly one of the reasons why we sometimes get a supermoon as well, because sometimes maybe the superfluid helium ocean that it's resting upon from the downside looking up fluctuates as well. Maybe it has tides, and that's what gives the moon tides. And yeah, we'll go into that another day. It's too deep for the moment.
Well, buoyancy assumes gravity exists.
It assumes, but is an assumption a fact?
It assumes a given fact. So no, it's not technically a fact. So buoyancy, I wouldn't appeal to buoyancy to prove gravity.
But wait a minute, what were you
I would point back to
it assumes a given fact. How do you assume a fact? If it's a fact, it's not an assumption, correct?
A hypothesis is if A, then B, right? So if gravity is real, if gravity exists, then buoyancy, which in the formula for buoyancy would apply to objects like, say, in floating in water. They're buoyant because of that. That would be a hypothesis, which we would check through experiment. But you asked me about gravity, though, not buoyancy.
All right.
My argument for
It's hilarious actually, because globers are constantly arguing you can't have buoyancy without gravity. So he did ask you about gravity, and then you started to try and answer buoyancy when that wasn't even his question. Holy fucking shit. I love the way these globers just jump all over the place and say, oh, well, I don't know why I'm answering what you didn't ask, because you didn't ask that. So let me get back to the question. It's like, the fuck? Oh, God. Sorry, Aussie Gold. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, man, that as HG Media says, that the moon is actually 50 minutes or 49 minutes, if you want to be specific, later every single day. And it varies every month. You will not get a regular cycle. So what you're seeing this year, you might see it in, say, the north or the west as it's rising for this month. Next year, at the same time, it will be in a different spot. It's never that specific. That's my observations with the moon. Sometimes the moon is just way off what you'd expect. And that's why the moon chart is a good idea to have one of them, so that you can actually look and see exactly which house of the zodiac it will be in at any given moment of time. But yeah, that obfuscation there, Brenda, to talk about buoyancy and then say, but that's not even the question. No, Dave specifically asked about gravity. I'm seriously tempted to just go back a little bit.
No, it's not technically a fact. So buoyancy, I wouldn't appeal to buoyancy to prove gravity.
But wait a minute. What were you?
I would point back to
it assumes a given fact. How do you assume a fact? If it's a fact, it's not an assumption, correct?
a hypothesis is if A, then B, right? So
Right.
if gravity is real, if gravity exists, then buoyancy, which in the formula for buoyancy would apply to objects like, say, in floating in water. They're buoyant because of that. That would be a hypothesis, which we would check through experiment. But you asked me about gravity, though, not buoyancy.
All right.
My argument for gravity is, again, to go back to Galileo. I think that people have beaten Cavendish to death. They should go to Galileo. Galileo conducted several experiments. These are experiments that I conducted when I was in high school. You roll objects down an inclined plane, you time them, and you use different materials, and you find that all materials accelerate at the same rate.
No, they don't. No. If you're going to be rolling things down a hill, they will have a different amount of friction depending upon their weight. It's the exact opposite of what he tried to argue earlier, or he, whatever. Talking about gas molecules falling through air. You've got friction, at least down an incline. You know, at least have the decency to admit that and say that something with more mass may in fact have more friction because it pushes into the ground a little bit faster, even though it might accelerate.
Of acceleration. And this implies the hypothesis that there exists an apparent force of gravity acting on objects with mass.
Holy shit, look at those eyeballs. Oh man, that was freaky. It's the lack of resistance allowing that thing to move, and it's the resistance from the incline trying to stop it. So you're going to have some sort of bounce. Holy shit, we can't look at those eyes. In every instance, what the globe is demanding is gravity, attraction of mass, can be easily explained by the lack of resistance. So the lack of buoyancy. Buoyancy is the resistant force. Lack of density to give a resistant force is going to allow a thing to drop. So it will drop, and it will continue to drop until something of sufficient resistance stops it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Galileo also disproved relative density with his thought experiment of two cannonballs that are connected with a chain. One was a 10-pound cannonball, one a 1-pound cannonball connected with a chain. And he showed that there's a logical fallacy involved in assuming relative density, right? You can check on that. You can look up that up more. But that is a logical argument that refutes relative density.
Did you hear that? He just actually, oops, spit out argument, which sort of suggests to me that he's actually reading. But anyway, I would never once actually read the word argument as argument. I'd probably say argument, but I would never say argument if that was the word I was trying to speak. But if I was reading it and I accidentally slipped, I might say argument. I'm going to listen to this argument one more time because I'm just an arsehole at it.
Accelerate at the same rate of acceleration. And this implies the hypothesis that there exists an apparent force of gravity acting on objects with mass in a downward direction, right? So that is the evidence of the phenomenon we call gravity. It is an observed phenomenon. Galileo also disproved relative density with his thought experiment of two cannonballs that are connected with a chain. One was a 10-pound cannonball, one a 1-pound cannonball connected with a chain. Just then buoyancy.
I didn't go back far enough, so I'm going to do it again because that's
which and the formula for buoyancy would apply to objects like, say, in floating in water. They're buoyant because of that. That would be a hypothesis which we would check through experiment. But you asked me about gravity though, not buoyancy.
All right.
My argument for gravity is, again, to go back to Galileo. I think that people have beaten Cavendish to death. They should go to Galileo. Galileo conducted several experiments. These are experiments that I conducted when I was in high school. You roll objects down an inclined plane, you time them, and you use different materials, and you find that all materials accelerate at the same rate of acceleration. And this implies the hypothesis that there exists an apparent force of gravity acting on objects with mass in a downward direction, right? So that is the evidence of the phenomenon we call gravity. It is an observed phenomenon. Galileo also disproved relative density with his thought experiment of two cannonballs that are connected with a chain. One was a 10-pound cannonball, one a 1-pound cannonball connected with a chain. And he showed that there's a logical fallacy involved in assuming relative density, right? You can check on that. You can look up that up more. But that is a logical argument that refutes relative density. So gravity is an observed phenomenon. Anybody can conduct it on their kitchen table. That you simply time the acceleration of various objects as they fall down an inclined plane.
Okay. So
yeah, wow, that was a really interesting argument. Hanging something off a chain, I don't even know what he said. Was it 10 meters and 1 meter? I can actually do that. I've got a pretty high roof here, and it looks like it's going to be raining all weekend. So I might actually get some chain and hang one thing off it from 10 meters and one from 1 meter and see if the argument for gravity is going to make one thing, I don't know, what is it going to go more towards my dining table? Or I didn't even know what his argument even was. He just spoke a lot of shit. And it came out and it flowed and it spilled out all over the floor and it's left a big fucking mess. But I still didn't understand a fucking word he said. There's a lot of words and I'm not prepared to listen to it again to hear what his argument was. But apparently, I think the chain that's longer, technically it will be closer to the table because the shorter chain will prevent it from getting to it. It's, yeah. I mean, these helioists arguments, they get lamer and lamer, obviously. I just want to listen to this debate.
There's a lot of assumptions involved there because you're only giving a measured effect, right? Which I believe that they state is the 9.81 meters per second.
Yeah, it's an observation. It's an observation of a phenomenon.
But what is the
an observation? But on the other hand, refraction ruins all my observations. Fucking make up your mind. You got to have one or the other. You can't strictly have observations and then negate observations with other arguments.
Cause. Now it's interesting that you
don't know.
up,
we don't know. We just hypothesize that there exists this force called gravity that acts on all objects with mass, and it's a consequence of our observations.
No. That don't work. It can't be a consequence of your observations. That would be refraction. Gravity, on the other hand, would do what gravity does, irrespective, irregardless. How may I eloquate the words? It would make shit fall, whether you could see it or not. Got nothing to do with your observations.
So it's funny that you bring up Galileo. Have you ever seen one of these, Brenda? Can you see what I'm holding up?
Yeah, I have. It's a clock. Is that a clock?
No. It's
barometer.
It's a Galileo thermometer, and it works off of different fluids. Listen to me. It works off of different fluids inside these little globes inside here, and each one has a little tag on it. And what happens is that due to temperature and the principles of buoyancy and density, what happens is whatever temperature the room is at is where this middle globe will show up at that floats in here. This thing will tell you pretty accurate the temperature of any room that you've got it in.
I think that is so rude, Dave. Like, how dare you use science against the globe earth believer? That's just like nasty. Actual fucking science. Dude, look how triggered he, she, it, whatever is getting. Using science against the globe, man, that's so unfair.
And it all works off of the principles of buoyancy and density. Now, when we say that buoyancy and density, we also have to consider that there's mediums involved. Okay.
So what is the purpose of bringing? What is the purpose of bringing that up?
The purpose that I bring that up is the very guy that you're saying is rolling things down an inclined plane was also very well aware of the principles of buoyancy and density and how the medium in relation to the object within the medium is affected. Now, of course,
how dare you bring up the same person, Galileo, that they brought up? They brought up Galileo. How dare you use Galileo against them? Using science and facts against beliefs and prejudice and fantasies? Man, that is so fucking rude. I can't believe that anyone could do that on a debate, use actual facts from the same person that the other person presented. Dave, mate, what are you thinking? Facts against the glove? Man.
Buoyancy. Buoyancy, the formula for buoyancy.
Right. So
you're presupposing
disequilibrium.
You're presupposing the existence of gravity.
Wait a second, it's disequilibrium, right?
No, you're presupposing the existence of gravity because that's what buoyancy means.
No, I'm not. Where's gravity involved? Where's gravity involved in buoyancy?
It's literally in the formula for buoyancy.
You're presupposing, Dave. Come on, man. Stop using disequilibrium and density. You're presupposing gravity, man, because one thing's more dense than the other, and temperature, man, you're presupposing gravity, and therefore fuck's sakes. Unbelievable.
Let's bring it up. Let's bring up the formula. Hold on, I have it right here. Just a second here. Let's see, buoyancy. Hold on, I just had it. Because that G is merely, I can change that G, you know. I can change that to, here we go, right here.
You can change it to 9.8
So-
meters per second squared, which is exactly what acceleration
Oops, is that
will
it?
be.
Can you see? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So that V or that G, right, is 9.806 meters per second squared. Well, that's an effect. That's an observed effect. I don't dispute the observed effect.
Yeah, that's gravity.
No, that's an observed effect.
Yes.
That you assume
No, it's
is
observed.
caused by gravity.
I just
Prove
told you it was observed.
it's
No, you
observed,
just
but
told us
that's
that you
only you're
assumed.
assuming the cause.
No, we're not assuming.
Yes,
the cause.
you are. Prove the cause.
Galileo
Observed
didn't know the
density.
cause. Neither did Newton.
Assume the cause.
Yeah, they did.
No, they
Listen,
didn't.
Hold up. Your own
Newton,
people.
Newton specifically said he didn't know the cause. He had no theory about the cause. He literally said that.
Where is this?
Brenda
Hang
just
on, is this-
said
Here we
you've
go.
assumed gravity.
Right? So you're just
So
you can
I'm going to
change
bring
the
up.
letter
I just
from
want to
G-
bring up a quote.
You can change the letter. You can change the letter G to any letter in the alphabet you want.
Yeah,
It's
but
still
it
the
could be
same-
an A for acceleration. It doesn't matter. An observed
That's
effect
right.
is not a cause, Brenda. Okay. Do you see what I have up here?
This is the other one that always constantly gets me. Is we were talking about the formula for buoyancy. So Globers will always be asking me, what's the formula for buoyancy? And they'll put the G in there of 9.8 meters per second squared. However, buoyancy is floating. Okay? Floating. So there's no accelerating. It's perfectly resisted. Sometimes you might get a helium balloon, one that's shrunk a little bit, and it will just float in the air right there. It is not accelerating. That is buoyancy. So you don't even need G as an accelerating force in the formula if you were serious about actually describing what buoyancy is, because there is no acceleration. It's floating, literally floating, no acceleration. So you can just wipe that out. Yeah, that's the first thing you do in any mathematical formula is you cross out all the useless, unnecessarily, extraneous bits. Cross them out. You don't need them. And so as soon as you've taken out that, you can start to describe buoyancy, because it's going to be an equal and opposite force of resistance to the density of the object, making it float. That's buoyancy. So no, you do not need gravity to describe buoyancy.
It's the
You're not
acceleration
sharing.
is the cause of buoyancy.
I don't think you're sharing, Dave.
Fuck's sake.
Okay,
There
hang
is no
on.
acceleration.
Hold on. Where did I go here?
The acceleration is the cause of buoyancy.
Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go.
You understand?
Did you hear it? It said it again. It said it twice. Acceleration is the cause of buoyancy. No. Buoyancy is floating. No acceleration.
So these guys, listen, is this the one? Both Copernicus himself, who revived the theory of heathen philosophy. Is this the one that I was looking for? Or might not be. All right, look, no, let me just stop for a second.
Yeah, we're good,
Okay.
all right, in that one anyway, that question.
I'm fine.
But what I'm trying to get at is this: is that you're taking an observed effect. I don't disagree.
Yes.
I don't disagree. Right? What's in contention is the cause of this. Okay.
No, I'm not contesting the cause.
I am.
Galileo, no, I haven't made any kind of hypothesis about
Well,
the
that's
cause.
what I'm trying to get at. What is the cause of that?
It
I know
doesn't
what
matter.
the effect is. Yes,
Really?
it does matter. It does matter,
Yeah.
especially if you're going to ascribe it to things and movements you see in the sky when you know nothing about these things in the sky.
Mhm.
Okay. You cannot take something that you assume and then build an entire whole philosophical idea around it and call it science.
Yeah, we can. That's
No, you
exactly how
can't.
science works.
No, it's not.
It literally is.
Yeah, we
Science
can.
is demonstrable, repeatable truths that
Yeah,
we can
so we can
really see.
demonstrably and repeatedly demonstrate a downward acceleration, right? We call gravity.
No,
No. We call it density because there's no resistance from the medium. That's it. You get resistance from the medium, it stops, or it floats, or it comes to rest. It is that fucking simple. It really is that simple. Sufficient density comes to rest. Apply another force, as Newton said, a thing at rest remains at rest unless you apply another force. And then for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So the reaction is obviously the dropping and then the friction and whatever else reacts to it to bring it back to rest. That's it. You do not need an invisible sucky pulley force due to biggity.
Call it
you
something
can
else,
call
but
it.
it's still.
Okay, let's go. Let's
Wait a
move on.
second.
Let's move on. Let's get to Brenda, your second question.
We seem to
Dave,
be
it's just
at loggerheads.
Yes, that's why we moved on. All right.
Let's go. Okay.
Question number 2.
How do you derive the horizon dip correction on a flat Earth?
How do you derive the horizon dip correction on a flat Earth?
Yes, in celestial navigation, you have to correct for the dip to the horizon. Number one, flat earthers have a tendency to deny that the horizon is below your horizontal, but that is simply objectively false. There's a dip, and in celestial navigation, you have to correct for the dip to the horizon. How do you, on a flat Earth, justify making that dip correction?
Sorry to jump in front of you there, Dave, because I know you've probably got a far better answer than I do, but holy shit. Dip correction. No. You know what we call this on the level planet Earth? We call it elevation. When we get above something below our feet, we are higher than it. That's it. This dip correction you've got inside your head is saying when we look out across a really long distance across the water, for example, we know that that water is beneath our feet. If we're up in a plane and we're looking out, we know that that water is beneath our plane. We know that everything beneath that is trying to ramp up to eye level, but if there's no land there, well, you're just going to see air. It's called elevation. Elevation. That's what it is. I don't even see where you need a dip correction, because if it was a dip correction, then if you were looking out across a 60-mile vista, you would have half fucking mile of curvature drop, man. Do you know how high the world's tallest building is, the Burj Khalifa? Let me give you a hint. It's half a mile. You would have a Burj Khalifa of drop in 60 miles. Where's your dip correction for that? There's no dip correction. There's honestly, that's I have to listen to Dave now before I have an aneurysm.
Well, since we've always been on a flat Earth anyways, and you're assuming a curved sky means that there's a curved Earth,
No, I'm not.
I don't see where there would be anything different. We're still using the same objects in the sky. Again, objects in the sky do not prove the condition of where you're standing.
They
Nothing
obviously
about
do.
that.
They obviously do. They
No,
demonstrably,
they don't.
provably
How?
do.
How do they prove that? Tell me this. How does looking at my neighbor's roof tell me anything about my floor?
That wouldn't apply.
It does apply. How does my ceiling? How does my ceiling tell me anything about my floor?
Come on, man. The clouds, man. Look at the clouds. Obviously, the floor is a cloud. cloud. Obviously, I mean, geez.
Celestial, the reason that we can infer a curved Earth from celestial objects is, say, for instance, the angle of altitude of, say, for instance, Polaris. It changes depending on the observer location, and according to different observers, it should, on a flat Earth, it should be at different heights. But
Do
an
you
object
have a
can't be in,
demonstration? Do you have like a graphic for this or something that you can tell?
an object can't be. You can just notice that. So, for instance, you can calculate the height of Polaris using simple trig from an observer to Polaris and counting the angle and the distance to the GP of Polaris.
That is a complete sidestep from the fucking question in the first place. We know for a fact that on our maps we've worked out where latitude lines are by the angle of degrees of the drop of Polaris as we got further away from it until we reach the equator, in which case we've reached the southern hemisphere where everything goes pear-shaped and we have to deal with the Southern Cross and shit. For fuck's sakes, man. You're not even addressing the question. You wasn't even asking that.
Right, and you can calculate that height. And for different observers, that height will be different. But an object can't be in two different places at the same time.
You mean kind of like my demonstration in the pool that I just showed?
No.
No? Was there an apparent? Was there where he was appearing and where he was were two different places, weren't they?
If you're going to assume that there is a massive amount of refraction going on, then you would have to demonstrate that.
How do we know there's not?
That's not for us to prove. That's for you to prove.
Well, wait a second.
Your hypothesis.
Wait a second. You're taking fixed stars in the sky that we see all the time. We've used them to navigate with. That's a given. Okay, but we're still looking at lights in the ceiling to determine the condition of the floor. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It does. So if you're in a planetarium, does that mean your floor in the planetarium is curved?
Yes.
No.
No? Why?
No, of course.
Because the planetarium image has been distorted in order to conform to the curved surface of the planetarium.
But it doesn't distort on me if I move around inside the planetarium. It's just like if I'm outside in a starry night.
Because you're
Holy crap. Sorry to interrupt. G'day, Saddlebum. I just have to say g'day since you left a message here. G'day, and he also says g'day to everyone else in the chat too. So awesome. We are listening to the greatest shit show of a globe getting destroyed here. Fucking Dave from Soul's channel here is just absolutely. He started off on fire. He won the debate within the opening discussion. And now he's just trashing the absolute crap out of this globe defender. You know, I've got nothing to say positive or negative against this particular person who identifies as a Brenda, even though he's clearly a Brendan, and thinks that wasting the rest of their existence arguing in favor of the globe is a good idea. It's not my call to make, but you can watch. This is just fucking, it's a train wreck.
I mean, you're literally underneath a dome.
Yeah.
Planetarium. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, then you need to show that. That's your hypothesis. You need to provide evidence.
Wait a second. No. You have the claim of a globe. I'm not buying it. Okay. Listen, this is where you go wrong. This is where you go.
So yeah, a globe looks exactly like you live under a dome. That's the argument. Brilliant. But now you have to prove you live under a dome because it looks exactly like you live under a dome. Fucking brilliant argument.
Wrong because you guys always want to prove negatives. Okay. You always want me. It's like this. Look, Brenda, if I said I can turn into a chicken, do you have to prove that I can't turn into a fucking chicken? No. I have to prove that I can turn into a chicken. So against all my observations of a level plane, my vestibular system, no sense of any kind of motion whatsoever, just looking at the sky to make me think I live on a ball makes sense?
Your positive claim
I
is
can
that
see
there
wings
is a
now.
dome separating waters above, and that the refractive index difference between them is
Oh, it's
causing
not a
a
positive
massive.
claim.
Say
That's
that.
an alternate possible.
Yeah, I never heard him even say that. I get this quite often too. Yeah, when I was on one of these TikTok bloody channels this afternoon, or actually no, it was yesterday, day before, whenever it was, they tell me I'm arguing that there's waters above a dome. I've never even said that. I don't even believe in a dome. I actually believe that the firmament would be perfectly flat if it's only 60 to 70 miles high above us. I've never once said it's a dome, but the Globers love to put this claim back into us. You've said it's waters above. I never even said it's water. I wouldn't know what's above. Is it ether? Ether. I don't know. I've never claimed it. And I've noticed, because I've been listening and paying attention, because it's the first time I watched this debate, that Dave has never said that he thinks it's waters above either. He's never even mentioned a dome or the firmament at this point. And here Brenda is putting the words into his mouth saying, you've mentioned waters above. He hasn't.
Ability. We
Yes,
don't
it's a
know
claim.
for sure. You don't know for sure either.
There is no evidence that such a thing exists, and therefore, in the absence of evidence,
Oh, wait.
we can apply.
You want to know the evidence that it
we can apply
exists?
the what?
I can give you the evidence that it exists.
Well, we can do that during the claims. Dave, question number 3.
All right.
Okay. I'm good enough. I'm okay with us moving on then.
Good.
Sure enough, man. So how far away is the sun, and how can you prove this?
It's 93 million miles away, and we can bounce radar signals off of it.
You can bounce radar off of a dark object? No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. It's not dark.
In radar, there's a thing called dark objects. Okay. They don't show up.
It's called a black body.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's the word you're looking for.
Okay.
I don't know about radar, but you can bounce radar off of the upper atmosphere of the sun. People have done that. There's papers been published. You can find it on mcmctoon.net/sun.
Listen,
Right?
don't even invoking that guy with me is like you might as well say Bozo the Clown. Sorry.
Well, that's just an ad hom. That's just an ad hom and a genetic
He's
fallacy.
not a good person. He's not a good person at all.
He's one of the most polite and respectful flat earthers out there.
Trying to understand. Let me make sure I understand this, right? So you're telling me that somewhere there's a radar that has a powerful enough transmitter and receiver, a big enough antenna. Wait a second, let me finish.
I'm just nodding along. I'm just nodding along with you.
Okay, all right. It's very distracting.
I'm not trying to overtalk you, dude. I'm just trying to do back and forth with people.
Oh my gosh, most annoying. Sometimes it can be really annoying when somebody's just nodding along with you. Like sometimes I've done it myself. You know, I'm in a debate and go, yep. I'm not really interrupting. Brenda is totally interrupting here, and this is a really good point that Dave's trying to make here. Is about radar. How the fucking fuck. So, how the fucking fuck, right? Assuming that the globe is spinning and hurtling through space at the speeds that they're told, that we're told, you know, it's rotating 1/3 times the speed of sound. It's projecting around the sun 10 times the speed of a railgun projectile. I can present that video too. I don't really think I need to. I think I did it with the last video I made where I showed a railgun projectile. How fast that is going at Mach 8. Well, Earth is going Mach 88 around the sun, which is going, I keep forgetting, is it 670 times, or is it? That's going a lot faster anyway. So a beam of light projected from a little gun or a little thing into something that's already 8 minutes away is going to be bounced back when you're thousands of miles away with accuracy. That's what gets me, is that their very own arguments refute themselves. Yeah, fair enough. If they said it takes us all year to go around the sun and the sun was standing still, and it takes us all day to spin on our axis, you would sort of think that that would make a sort of sensible, logical argument for how then you might be able to shoot a beam of light at something 8 minutes away and bounce back and know exactly how far enough away you are from it and say, yep, 93 million miles. Not buying it. I'm honestly not buying it. I do not see how that is possible. 8 minutes away when I send it out, so that means another 8 minutes away. So a quarter of an hour later, 16 minutes, it bounces back and we're traveling 66,600 miles per hour. See why I get so frustrated with arguing against globers who believe this stuff. They believe it. They believe it to their hearts, to the point they'll call you a fucking moron. You're a dumb flirt. Hang on a sec. Are you the one saying that I can send a radar beam out and 16 minutes later I'm going to pick it back up in my radar gun and tell me how far away the sun is? Glur.
We'll talk.
Right, I got you. So this somehow they shot radar 93 million miles. It's 8.5 light minutes, right? So it shot 93 million miles an hour, somehow bounced off the sun. And this signal, you got to remember, this thing is attenuating all the way to the target, all the way to the target. That means it's spreading out, it's thinning out. And then it bounces back and it comes back and it's still attenuating. Okay.
I have to admit, because I haven't watched this debate yet, Dave has a heck of a lot more patience than I do, and you're explaining it beautifully. Sorry to interrupt you there, Dave.
Because it's a reflection. Now, meanwhile, this means that 17 minutes have passed. 17 minutes from the time you sent the signal to the time it comes back and you think you get your signal, right?
Yes.
The Earth has now moved.
Yes.
At 67,000 miles an hour, approximately, I think I figured it out, it was 18,000 miles it's moved since the signal was sent.
Hang on, I'm going to do the math. I like math. Holy shit. Where's my mathematical thingy? There it is. So it's going 66,600 miles per hour. So we just do 6600 divided by 60, which means it's going 1,110 miles a minute. Well, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? Just multiply it by 15 or 16 or 17. We'll just say 16 average out. So yeah, it's moved about 17,760 miles in that period of time from sending the beam out to the sun and back again. 17,760 miles. The radius of the Earth is approximately 8,000 miles. So you've actually moved more than diameter, don't get me wrong, the radius is 4,000. So 4 4s is 16. This is more than 4 radiuses. So we've moved twice the distance of the Earth through the vacuum of space before the light beam has bounced back. Dave is so onto it. He said about 18,000. I got about 17,760. Fucking A. The dude has way more patience. I would have lost my shit by now.
How did they receive it?
Is your contention that they didn't receive it?
Yeah, yes, that's ridiculous.
Well, they encoded a signal in the radar signal. So why did they get the return signal?
Because it's fake, man.
How can it be faked if it?
How can you? Did you run it? Who ran the test? The very people that are trying to convince me that the sun is 93 million miles away. They've come. This is such an easy thing. Everybody says it's such an easy thing to calculate the distance to the sun and all this, right?
Well, you can do that with the moon too. Amateurs, I don't think amateurs could bounce something off the sun. Although Red's Rhetoric has measured the distance.
Holy fucking shit. G'day, Lord Racer. Just seen you there in the chat too. I don't know if you just heard what he said, but I'm going to replay it one more time because that's just like, no way. Ooh, I'm going a little bit too far. I can't help it. It's just
this signal. You got to remember, this thing is attenuating all the way to the target, all the way to the target. That means it's spreading out, it's thinning out, and then it bounces back and it comes back and it's still attenuating. Okay, because it's a reflection. Now, meanwhile, this means that 17 minutes have passed. 17 minutes from the time you sent the signal to the time it comes back and you think you get your signal, right?
Yes.
The Earth has now moved.
Yes.
At 67,000 miles an hour, approximately, I think I figured it out, it was 18,000 miles it's moved since the signal was sent. How did they receive it?
Is your contention that they didn't receive it?
Yeah, yes, that's ridiculous.
Well, they encoded a signal in the radar signal. So why did they get the return signal?
Because it's fake, man.
How can it be faked if it?
How can you? Did you run it? Who ran the test? The very people that are trying to convince me that the sun is 93 million miles away. They've come. This is such an easy thing. Everybody says it's such an easy thing to calculate the distance to the sun and all this, right?
Well, you can do that with the moon too. Amateurs, I don't think amateurs could bounce something off the sun. Although Red's Rhetoric has measured the distance to the sun.
Although Red's Rhetoric is Red's Eater Dick has measured shit. He's never even left his own mother's basement. I don't even know why you'd bring him up into a debate. You've already introduced Magoon, which fortunately I wasn't here for. I had to take an outside lead. But I could hear, I heard. Okay. You're bringing up the Magoons and the Reds Eater Dicks of the world to defend your position. I really don't think you came prepared for this debate.
But you can also bounce ham radio operators bounce radio signals off the moon all the time.
You can also debate, ham radios debate, you can debate, you can bounce them off the moon all the time. So just by making that statement, no idea what you're talking about, he's repeating a bunch of shit and hoping that maybe by flim-flamming over it so much, he won't even notice. Dave is on the ball, man. This guy is a fucking heavy stoner. Hey, man. Hey, Aussie Gold. He's a full-time stoners, man, are clued in. You're not going to wash that bullshit over the fucking face of somebody who has come. He's been preparing to debate for some time, and you think you can just whitewash that sort of shit over him? I'd love to listen to this response.
This is how easy it is right here. to.
So all you've said is you're just
Shush.
incredulous, right?
No, I'm just saying. Look. This is really sus. So we had Copernicus. He comes up with 3 million miles. Tycho Brahe, he figures 13 million. Then Kepler, he's good with 13 million. Newton, he says, no, it's 28. And then second time he comes up, he's 54,
Yeah.
right? Almost twice.
Anybody wants to take a screenshot of that, now's your chance. I've got this one saved as a meme anyway. How good is that? 3 million miles. Ugh, for fuck's sakes. 13, 28, 54, 81, 82. Yeah. How the fuck did they ever come up with any of those things? This, I think, like, obviously, I'm not here preaching to the choir because there's not a great lot of people watching anyway. I think I've got 8 at the moment. Some of them are a little bit quieter than others, but that's okay. Hi. Is what I keep saying all the time is to measure the distance to the sun cannot be done. It simply cannot. And the best example is I think sorry dude, I've already forgotten your name, came up earlier. Almighty, why not? Mentioned the argument that I use quite often is that if, for example, a fish is inside the water of a frozen lake, the surface is frozen, as the fish is swimming, he's going to be looking up and he's going to see a hot spot of the sun in the ice. And for all intents and purposes, to that fish, that's going to look like the sun. That's how it works for us. When we are looking up through the firmament, we are looking up and seeing a hot spot apparition of the sun in the firmament. So somebody 2,000 miles away is going to be looking up through a completely different part of the firmament and seeing their own version of the hot spot apparition of the sun. And then if you try to triangulate to that, you're triangulating towards some sort of big trapezoid. It's not a triangle. You're 2,000 miles apart, but your angle might be, let's say, 8 degrees. Their angle is 7 degrees. And if they hit a spot at 60 to 70 miles high, and you assume that's the same point, then obviously using triangulation is going to tell you that the sun is 93 million miles away, when in actual fact it's only 60 or 70 miles away, as seen in the firmament. That's how we've got it so wrong and so fucked up for all these years, because we've made assumptions to think that we are looking at the same thing at the same time in different places, when we're just looking at different apparitions of the same thing.
What's wrong with
Martin? I mean, look at all these different distances.
Yeah, but what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it? Do you realize what in the world is going on?
People have there's a progress in instruments and the progress in scientific knowledge, and the fact that people get closer and closer to a given value is how science works.
But they're getting further and further away. That's the whole problem. The more you triangulate to an apparition from further and further distances, and you can do it at the same time, the more you're getting it wrong. That's the problem. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah.
Do you agree that there's been an advancement since the abacus all the way up to the calculator? But for an accountant in any age to make that big of a discrepancy in the books would be ludicrous, wouldn't it?
Well, this isn't accounting. This is a measurement. This is a measurement based on instruments that have improved steadily over centuries.
What instruments?
Telescopes.
Telescopes. You can tell a distance from a telescope?
Yes, you triangulate.
What? Triangulate with what?
With Venus, typically. That's how that
wouldn't you have to know? Wouldn't you have to know how far away?
First of all, You only see Venus when the sun is already out of view. So you cannot triangulate with Venus. Honestly, where the fuck do these globers come from? Where do they get their information from? How do you triangulate? I had these guys on TikTok again this afternoon trying to say that you can triangulate with the parallax by looking at the stars behind the moon. So when somebody 2,000 miles away is looking at the same moon at the same time and seeing different stars behind the moon, parallax. I kid you not. And they were serious. I mean, they kept kicking me off their channel, as they do, because they're all glob idiots. But honestly, they seriously think parallax of the stars is actually a thing. Dickhead here, or I shouldn't say that, clithead here is part of my English, saying triangulation of the sun with Venus. It's not a thing. You cannot do that. You cannot triangulate the planets and the sun at the same time because they're not visible at the same time. You cannot. Obviously, there's no parallax of any constellation ever. Every constellation we see, every one, whether it be Orion, Southern Cross, you name it, Sagittarius, I don't care. You name your constellation. Tell me what time of the year can we see a parallax change between those stars, which are meant to be light years apart from one another. So as we're going around the sun, the parallax of them would change. It never happens. That's why they're the constant constellations. That's why they're the 12 faithful apostles of the sun god. It's, and this idiot is trying to say triangulation between Venus and the sun. That's how we know how far away 93 million miles.
Venus is?
You can guesstimate all of these things. You can guess that Venus is approximately the same size as the Earth, and you can guess.
Why would you guess that? What if it's the same size as a fucking Volkswagen and it's a bunch closer?
Then it wouldn't work. But that's science works. Science works by making guesses. Basically, they make guesses.
Science works through observations,
Yes.
hypothesis, experimentation,
Yes.
conclusions. That's how it works. You don't just go, I think that this happened,
Yes.
so therefore
That's
we're going to
that's literally how it works. I think this. Hypothesis is a guess. It can be a wild guess. It can be completely out of the blue. You can pull a guess for a hypothesis out of your butt, right?
That's what they did.
Yes.
Well, why are we treating it as fact?
Because they got better at it.
They got better at pulling shit out of their ass?
You make successive approximations, and over a period of time, they get better and better and better and better.
They got better and better and better at pulling things out of their ass. Holy shit. What a shit show.
Until the accuracy comes down, it starts getting into the decimal.
So they're just getting better at pulling stuff out of their ass.
The first guess can be actually that's how a lot of things work. You make a guess, and if you guess wrong, then you make another guess, and then you split the difference between the two, and you make a third guess. And as you go, your guessing becomes better and better. That's probability. The universe.
That's how a squirrel finds acorns. They randomly dig around until they find one that they've buried. Okay.
Actually, they have really good memory.
Science, Brenda. That is not science.
Actually, squirrels have really good memory. So do birds.
Let's go.
Actually,
Question 3.
Memories.
Question 3. Your last question, Brenda.
Share screen. I'm going to share screen.
Really good
Sure.
memory. 93 million miles away.
All right.
That's
Here's from Professor Dave on debunking flat Earth without using science. This is the moon above the flat Earth. Multiple observers on the disk of the Earth would see the moon in different faces of the moon. However,
so people are like 3 bajillion times higher than the moon itself. And that's how we look at the moon, by being bajillions of miles bigger than we are, because we're sort of ant figures looking up at the moon. What the fuck? These globers are getting worse.
nobody sees different faces of the moon, so it cannot be that the Earth is flat, right?
Oh, wow.
This is the only way that the Earth could everyone on Earth can see the same.
He just proved us we're not bajillions of miles high looking at different faces of the moon. He's got no idea. Yeah, I don't know.
Face of the moon at the same time. It's just, this is the only geometric possibility, right? You have different observers on different sides of the Earth. If the moon is between them, one should see the front and the other should see the back. Nobody has ever seen the back of the moon from Earth. It has never happened. It must happen if the Earth is flat, but it has not happened.
That would have
What's the question?
come from Professor Dave, wouldn't it?
How do you account for nobody seeing? How do you account for this? How do you account for nobody seeing the backside of the moon?
Thank you.
Okay, so what you're saying is how come we've not seen any parallax in view of the moon
This isn't
in order
parallax.
to see like the side or the back or anything like that? Okay, I dig
This
it.
isn't parallax. This is not what.
Well,
parallax.
it would be if I'm looking at it straight on right up here in the sky, and somebody over here in another
Okay.
country's looking up at it, they're going to see it, right?
They would see different-
a parallaxical view of it.
If Bob is between Jane and Alice, right?
Mhm.
Jane can see his face and Alice can see the back of his head, right?
So we're assuming that, first off, we're assuming that the moon is a sphere.
No, we know it's a sphere.
No, we don't know that at all.
You can see it. You can see it.
I can show you a bunch of shit that looks like a sphere that's not. You want me to do it? I can show you a whole bunch of different
We can
stuff.
see it rotate.
You don't ever see it rotate. You
Yes, we
only
do.
ever
It's called-
see one side of it. You never
called-
see it move.
We see 55% of the moon. It's called lunar libration. It's due to the fact that the moon's revolution around the Earth isn't exactly.
We say about 5% vibration, yeah, and that's exactly what you expect when you're looking up at the bottom side of something, reflecting the sunlight back down to us and projecting it. I don't want to go into the thing about the moon right now because it's so freaking obvious. I've done it too many times.
28 days.
Nobody sees anything different than the same face of the moon.
Showing that the moon must
wait a
be
second. No, it doesn't
far
show
away.
that at all.
Yeah, shut up, Brenda, and let him fucking at least answer the question, for Christ's sakes. I mean, yeah, I will say that the sun is always lighting the same amount of the moon relative between the sun and the earth, that we're all going to see the exact same phase. Not many people even understand that, but I'm pretty sure Dave's going to give this a pretty good answer.
Oh, I'm about to explain to you something. Now, if we're going to look at the sky to determine the condition of where we're looking at it from, I could put a picture of the moon right up on my ceiling. Okay. I could put a picture of the moon right up on my ceiling. And if I go over to the west wall, I'm going to see it one way. If I go over to my east wall, I'm going to see it completely 180 degrees from that. All right. I'm going to see it exactly 100. Wait a second. I'm going to see it, and I'm only going to see the one side of it. Now, the thing that's perplexing about the moon being a sphere is that you would, if I'm looking at it straight on, it's like zenith right over top of me, suppose. You know, it's never going to be right over top of me because it never comes any further north than the Tropic of Cancer. But I'm looking a little bit south and I see it and it's right there straight dead on south in front of me, right? And then somebody over here that's further
people in
west
Australia, people in Australia see the moon.
Somebody over further
flipped
west of me, for instance, should be able to see that thing and see more of one side of it and less of the side that I'm seeing. You see, if
So
it
your
was here,
hypothesis,
we
your
never see
hypothesis,
that.
so your
My
hypothesis is that the moon is a two-dimensional image. Is that it?
I don't know what the moon is. It
Well, if
behaves.
it's two-dimensional, you would see an ellipse, but you never see an ellipse. You always see a circle.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's how geometry works. This is like
Well,
a geometric thing.
you're not taking into account the fact that we see in a 3D perspective and not into a two-dimensional Euclidean orthographic.
That's not going to change if the moon
Yeah,
is a
it would.
two-dimensional image. It must be an ellipse.
You're strawmanning me right off the bat because I just got done saying we have to know what the moon actually is.
So you can't account for why people see the same face of the moon everywhere on Earth.
I am accounting for it.
No,
I'm
you're
actually, that's an argument against it being a sphere. Your argument actually says that it's not a sphere because you don't see a side. You only see that face.
We say it's far away.
That face is either rotated one way or another to you.
It's
That
far
is the
away.
only thing different that you see. You never see a side to it, like a guy over here sees more of one side than I see at the front. No, they don't.
It's far away.
Come on. Dave's all over this. He's fucking nailed it. He's not taking a position because he's just described exactly what we do see. You know, I try and often give an actual explanation for why we do see the same face all the time. Dave hasn't even gone down that track. He's just saying that the fact that we don't see around it doesn't prove one way or the other. It proves it's not necessarily spherical. It may as well be a flat-faced presentation from the same moon we see all the time that's somehow magically just spitting just the right amount all the time to keep presenting the same face to us all the time, as they call tidally locked. Yeah, and that's a name, that's a word for it. It doesn't explain why it would do that in the first place. It's just what it does do. Doesn't say why. Science likes to think, well, that's just tidally locked, therefore there's your explanation. I'm like, no, that's not a fucking explanation. That's just a word. That's just a description. That's just a mathematical formula for those who love their maths to say, we've got a formula for this. And I say, so fucking what? It still doesn't explain the how or the why. And Dave has, again, absolutely nailed this. Fucking love this dude.
And we see 55%.
How far away is it? And how do you prove that?
You can measure it. You can time.
Go ahead. Tell me how you would do that.
You can shoot microwaves at it or
Oh my
bounce
God.
ham radio signals off of it. We know how fast
Sorry.
light travels. So you can time it.
Okay, let's get on to the claims. I'm going to stick to the clock a little bit more this time. So for claims, you've got 2 minutes to give a claim, back with evidence. Try not to interrupt while the other person's doing the claim. And then you'll get 1 minute of a rebuttal and then 1 minute to kind of close it out since you're the one who made the claim. So we've got Dave up first. Dave, a claim and evidence to back it. And you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I claim I'm saying that the idea that people have known the Earth was a globe for like over 3,000 years is a bunch of hogwash, because of a bunch of some people came out and said, "Oh, look, we're philosophers and we think that the Earth is a globe and there's these planets flying around the sun and everything." They were a bunch of philosophers, and not the general public nor anybody else took them seriously. In fact, right here, even up into the 20th century, I want to bring this up. Let me share screen right here. And I think y'all should be able to see that. It says here that they were going to throw this guy in prison. This was in 1900, April 21st. and this was talking about the sad condition of affairs in England. Sir John Gorst accused of intention to teach false precepts. City of Portsmouth is excited. They took this guy to court, said that he had been teaching damnable and heretical doctrine that the earth is a sphere. And they were actually going to have this guy taken out for teaching such heresy. Even up into this didn't really start to become a great big idea as far as the earth being a globe, because it was contested even into the late 1800s.
What is that newspaper article evidence for?
That there's people that they were still flat earth belief going on worldwide in the 20th century.
And then how does that debunk the Greeks knowing that the earth was a globe?
The Greeks didn't know. Some philosophers postulated that. Okay.
That's the whole point, is we haven't known for thousands of years. We have been arguing this thing for a very long time. We have not known for thousands of years. The debate was supposedly ended when NASA went to the moon. They are the ones that sent sworn Freemasons with their rings and their flags to the moon. And it was proven. They released the footage. We watched how they faked the image of the earth through a rounded cutout in the aeroplane window when the whole thing was darkened out. How they faked the blue marble image, the only image we've ever seen that proves the earth is a globe. That was supposed to have ended the whole debate. That was it. That was the point. 1969. Ah, that's the globe. We've seen a picture of it. The debate's finished. That's when it was finished. 1969. 54 fucking, or 56, whatever, I don't know. 55. Who's counting? Half a century ago, that's when the debate was supposed to have been finished, because that's when we proved once and for all the earth is a spinning space ball hurtling through a vacuum of space. That was it. That was end of the debate. 50 years ago. 55 if you're counting. So for all those other thousands of years, it was speculation, it was philosophy, it was debate. We didn't really know until we saw that one picture, which we have proven to be faked. We didn't know. And now that we know that picture is proven to be faked, then I think we can safely say today then somebody faked it. And until the burden of proof comes back to prove we're on a spinning space ball hurtling around the sun, billions of miles an hour, we could safely say that the earth is flat and stationary until somebody can prove otherwise. That's how science works. You come up with a hypothesis. I suggest water finds its level. Prove to me that it doesn't. Oh, we've got waves. Okay, so we've got waves. What about on a still day when there's no wind and there's no, yeah, water does fine. So, right, that's the hypothesis. If you want to prove that we're on a spinning space ball hurtling around the sun at the speed of fucking lightning, then the burden of proof is with you, not some fucking picture from 1969 that has been proven fake.
The newspaper article doesn't debunk that.
Wait a second. In 1900, they're going to put the head of a school district in prison for teaching the globe.
That doesn't prove that the Greeks didn't know that the earth was a globe.
Wait a second. It doesn't prove your postulation that because a couple of philosophers said that they thought the earth was a globe does not indicate that it was worldwide belief.
They had
Yes.
arguments.
Yeah, philosophers had arguments about
yes.
it. Mainstream people
Science
did not
science
treat
is
the
a
Earth as
science is a
globe.
branch of natural philosophy.
Okay, you get a minute to rebut that. Go ahead. His claim is.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So we know that Aristotle and Pythagoras, and I think others, had arguments for why the Earth was a globe, and Eratosthenes merely measured the circumference of the Earth. He already had.
You've still never said anything. You're talking about a bunch of fucking ancient Greeks from 500 years before the time of Christ. For fuck's sakes. I mean, people talk about the Bible being, the times of the goat herders and all that sort of stuff. You're talking pre-biblical times, man. Why don't you try and talk about some modern science, which has actually gone out and proven the theories of these fucking goat herders or whatever they were doing back there in ancient Greece, maybe wrestling with,
as an assumption that the Earth was a globe. And in fact, the Earth being a globe was taught in Plato's Academy for 400 years.
Nobody gives a fuck about Plato's Academy, mate. Talk about something modern. What have we done since 1800, 1900, 1969? What have we done since then that actually confirms these ancient superstitious beliefs that you were fucking waffling on about?
It didn't stop until the Library of Alexandria was looted by Christians.
The library is looted by Christians. And must say, didn't see there, Justin Johnson. Good to see, bro. I didn't actually watch Witsit. I wanted to, but I got my own agenda. I had the afternoon off. I got the day off. It looks like I've probably got the tomorrow off because the weather is just shitty, and I probably got the weekend off. And there's half a chance I might have an extended holiday. So I just thought I'd just jump in and do my own little thing because I'm not in about it for the views. But yeah, I don't mind watching Witsit. He does tend to sometimes waffle on a little bit too much, like I'm doing. So, but he's cool. Most of his stuff is just brilliant, on point. And I'm just watching this shit show because I got nothing else to do.
And sank Europe into the Dark Ages.
Actually, no, that was Aristotle. I've actually got a really good quote about that. I'm not even going to look it up, even though I've got it on my phone. There was somebody who wrote a really good expose on Aristotle who basically said he flung Western society back into the Dark Ages for about 1,000 years until we finally overcame Aristotelian indoctrination, for want of a better term. This is a modern scholar writing this book. I have the quote. You can look it up. You can probably find it just by Googling Aristotelian quotes, and you will find Aristotle fucked us up for over 1,000 years. He is what plunged us into the Dark Ages. Like, sure, he's got a lot of good things, but if you do your research on him, he was the one that makes you wonder, doesn't it? When you think about it, who are all the other great wise people that we've been talking about for the last 2 or 3 decades? They're all ancient Greeks, aren't they? Who runs the schools? Who programs the children? Who programs our mind? Yeah. The more you look into it, the more you'll start to think, holy shit, we're all under this same fucking dialect of brainwashing. I mean, I watched Sesame Street, Open Sesame. Anyway, I'm just going to let it run.
And the fact that there's a newspaper
G'day,
showing a small town in England where people were ignorant and religiously indoctrinated, only sort of serves to point out that flat Earth is a religious belief. It has no.
Listen to him floundering. Religiously indoctrinated. Holy fucking shit, dude. What do you think everybody was 100 years ago? You were all religiously indoctrinated. You all went to church on a Sunday. You're trying to say that the globe is a modern concept, but then you still say, well, we've known for 500 years before the time of Christ. But ours isn't a religion. No, ours is modern science. The fuck? Listen to this wanker waffle on. Listen. Hopefully I didn't
The
get
globe.
That doesn't
Okay.
prove that the Greeks didn't know that the Earth was a globe.
Wait a second. It doesn't prove your postulation that because a couple of philosophers said that they thought the Earth was a globe does not indicate that it was worldwide belief.
They had arguments.
Yeah, philosophers had arguments about
yes.
it. Mainstream people
Science,
did not
science
treat
is
the
a
Earth as
science is a
globe.
branch. Science is a branch of natural philosophy.
Okay, you get a minute to rebut that. Go ahead. His claim
Oh,
is.
okay, yeah.
Go
So we know that Aristotle and Pythagoras, and I think others, had arguments for why the Earth was a globe, and Eratosthenes merely measured the circumference of the Earth. He already had as an assumption that the Earth was a globe, and in fact, the Earth being a globe was taught in Plato's Academy for 400 years. It didn't stop until the Library of Alexandria was looted by Christians and sank Europe into the Dark Ages. And the fact that there's a newspaper showing a small town in England where people were ignorant and religiously indoctrinated only sort of serves to point out that flat Earth is a religious belief. It has nothing to do with science. It's a result of religious fundamentalism and reaction to the Enlightenment.
Okay, time. You got a minute to close it out if you want, Dave.
Oh, so we know
No,
that
Dave.
humans have known that the Earth was a globe for 2,600 years. The Greeks knew it. They taught it for 400 years. It had flat Earth had resurgence because of fundamentalism, which was a reaction to the Enlightenment. It was a small groups of people don't prove that the Greeks didn't know that the Earth was a globe.
Okay, Dave, you got a minute. Close it out.
Okay, so Greeks, you use that like because there was a handful of these people, philosophers, at some philosophers' academy that were postulating such a ridiculous idea is not a proof of an entire culture believing that the Earth was a globe. Okay. In fact, a lot of people thought these people were just crazier than hell, hanging out in the bathhouse and talking about shit instead of doing things. That whole idea that is Eratosthenes. I mean, did the guy even really exist? Measuring sticks and shadows. According to Eratosthenes, my table is a sphere because I can do the same thing with a local light source. He assumed that parallel sun rays from a sun that was way far away. Nobody's ever seen.
That's an observation.
Nobody's ever seen parallel sun rays.
It's literally can be observed by shadows cast by the sun. They are parallel.
Okay, we got your claim, Brenda. First one, go ahead.
My claim.
You got 2 minutes.
I'm going to share my screen again.
Okay.
And we're going to take another page from Professor Dave, my buddy.
Oh my God.
My buddy.
No.
So Professor Dave, different observers facing opposite directions on the flat Earth.
Sake. I cannot handle this. Honestly, anybody can take a quick look at that and see that they've put the scale so ridiculously out of scale that the people have, they're like, I don't know, 10,000 miles tall. And that's why they're looking upwards and outwards towards stars. No, that's not how it works at all, man. Not at all. It's it almost makes me.
The Southern Cross This is logically impossible for observers who are facing opposite directions to
They're not.
see
They're
the
looking
same
up.
stars on a flat Earth.
Looking
This
up.
is a logical impossibility. And therefore,
Local-
the Earth cannot be flat, given
Local
the
night
evidence of our
time zone.
senses, which is that when we look south, we see groups of stars that cannot be
Fast
seen in the
forward.
northern hemisphere. If
Fast
the Earth
forward.
was flat, everybody on Earth
Fast
would see
forward,
the
mate.
same set of stars. And in fact, that's one of the arguments that Aristotle had, was the fact that when ships sailed to different regions, they saw different stars. He reasoned that the Earth must have some curvature to it because they couldn't see those stars from where they were. And that's a rational inference that different observers seeing
Irrational.
different stars implies that there is curvature, which is hiding some stars from other observers.
We see the same sun, we see the same moon, and they all exist in our local time zone. So why the hell would we not see the same stars looking up in a completely different time zone? Why wouldn't we? That's not a proof of a globe.
Right? If the Earth is flat, then no stars could be hidden from any observer on the flat Earth. And so we're at the claim part, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this is my claim. This falsifies flat Earth.
Okay, you got 1 minute to rebut.
Okay, first off, it's not nighttime in those three locations at the same time. So to even
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. Those three
Yeah,
people
it
are not
really
all
doesn't.
seeing that at the same
Brenda,
time.
you get to close it out with a minute, so wait till the last minute. Go ahead.
So that's crazy. Anyway, as far as stars and not being able to see all of them from all points of the Earth at the same time and everything is ridiculous as well, because it's based on an assumption that these stars are trillions and trillions of miles away and all this, which none of it's ever been proven. It's based off of an assumptive astronomical unit. And yes, it is assumptive, because they've had to keep changing it to make all their nonsense work. All right. That's why it's changed from 3 million to 93 million over the course of them measuring how far, not because of better technology. It's because they have to keep changing it. All right. You're assuming that these things are great, big, huge in the sky, fireballs trillions and trillions of miles away.
Time.
All right. You can get the same thing when you're in a large warehouse. Okay. If you had, say, a warehouse. I'm sorry. Am I over?
Yep,
Am I done?
you're good. Brenda, you got a minute to close that out.
Yeah, it doesn't logically depend on the stars being far away. They could be embedded in a crystalline sphere surrounding the globe Earth, and they could be reasonably close. We would still have the same phenomenon of some of the stars not being visible from the southern hemisphere that you can see from the northern hemisphere. The fact is,
Holy shit, I've just been wondering, I might have been letting this run a little bit too long. I think according to the algorithms, I have to do 60% original content, or maybe even just have them a little thing there on the side might help. But yeah, I don't want to overdo this and have too much YouTube time, but holy fucking shit. How can it not make sense that if the sun goes around the equator, the moon goes around the equator, the stars go around Polaris in the center. If you turn around and look the other way, they seem to be going the opposite direction. Maybe we're seeing them through some sort of fractal, as you would expect. If you see if you saw a mirror get broken, every single piece of that mirror is going to give a reflection of everything that exists. If you're looking through different fractals of some sort of diamond firmament or whatever, then you're just going to see the same image of the same stars moving in their quarter of a rotation around the Earth. At your local nighttime, you're going to see the same basic things that everybody else is going to see, regardless of where you are on the Earth. And there's no reason to believe that we should see the stars forever. Same reason we don't see anything forever. Everything we see, whether it be street lights or different mountains or clouds, the more you travel, the more you're seeing different things. So, of course, if you traveled and saw things that are really, really high, the more you travel, you're going to see different things. It should be the most logical, understandable thing. Maybe the Greeks couldn't quite understand it because maybe they thought Greece was the whole world or something. But the world is really fucking big. The stars are quite a distance away. And as we travel, we're going to see different ones. I don't see how that's such a hard concept to grasp, even for a glober who believes in some sort of infinite universe. It should be pretty well straightforward.
That they are the fact that they are obstructed simply shows that there must be something in the way, and that something in the way is the geometry of the Earth. That is why there are regions of Earth where you cannot see Polaris, and other regions where you cannot see the Southern Cross. Is because the Earth gets in the way, right? And so so far, all I've heard you say is it's ridiculous, and that's just an argument from incredulity. I'm done.
Okay. Dave, your next claim. You got 2 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, well, I still had another thing on that with that perspective. Another claim. Let me see what I didn't realize I had one more. I don't know. I mean, it's just like I'm still looking for the proof of the gravity. I'm still looking for the proof of the downward acceleration of air. People rolling barrels down a hill doesn't really tell me a whole lot. Let me see here. So how can you actually prove these distances to these stars, and that what we're seeing is actually trillions of miles away, burning balls of gas? Where do we get all that from?
Well, we get the distances to the stars from number one would be parallax, right? We take measurements in the spring and then in the winter, or at 6 months apart. That establishes the baseline of 2 AU, right? And then then for stars that are close to us, there are a few of them that are close enough that we can observe stellar parallax with, and this will give us the distance to those stars.
But isn't that using a lot of assumptive values, like the AU?
We have not measured parallax of stars, as he says. How can you assume AU when that's the distance to the sun? That's one astronomical unit, one distance to the sun, 8 minutes. If we saw parallax to the stars, honestly, they would be slightly different every night, because we're the ones going around the sun. The stars should be staying where they should be. That's how we see the constellations every night. They would be different. Every night they are not different. They're the exact same constellations. Unless, of course, globers think, well, because we worship the sun so greatly, we're heliocentrists, all the planets go around the sun, the entire galaxy goes around the sun, just the right speed and motion to give the same appearance of every constellation throughout the year, throughout the centuries. Therefore, the whole universe goes around the sun. That's pretty much what heliocentrism is saying in order for it to be correct. If heliocentrism was correct, we'd see different constellations all the time. We would never have the same ones 2 nights in a row. There'd just be that little bit of different parallax. And then the next day, another bit more, another and another. Always the same, all the fucking time. Geocentric Earth makes sense. Heliocentric Earth does not. I don't even know why I'm debating this anymore, or even talking about it. I'm not debating it, obviously.
No, that's observed.
It's observed this astronomical unit that's
Yes.
been mismeasured 10 times or more throughout history and been off by 90 million miles from the start to now. And who knows what it's going to be, because the moon's shrinking. That's going to cause a lot of orbital mechanics problems. So we're going to see
it's not.
catastrophes. But
Oops.
so you're basing all this off of assumed values.
Yeah, there are measured values.
Yeah.
They're not assumed.
They're assumed.
We can measure the distance to the sun. We can measure the distance to the moon.
Lying. The whole debate is just proved we cannot measure. You've assumed this. You've assumed that. Oh my God.
Have
And
you
the
ever
other
measured
planets.
the distance to the sun or the moon?
I have not.
You have not. So you're taking the word of people.
Yes, I am. Yes, I
Okay.
am.
Why would you
Just
do that?
like, well,
So it's a religion. So it's religion.
No, that's just how education works. So
No,
when
that's not. That's how indoctrination works. Education.
No, that's not.
No.
Well, when I was-
education is indoctrination. Knowledge
No, it's not.
is learnedness. Okay.
So
Learnedness.
when I was in
I
third,
would never claim a distance to something that I do not know the distance to. I would never claim that.
so when I was in third grade, my third grade teacher taught us our multiplication tables.
Mhm.
Nobody proved that 3 times 3 equals 9.
You can count it though. You can have 3 apples and you can multiply it by 3 apples, which would mean you'd have to do it twice and you'd get 9 apples. That is proof. That's how maths works. Maths works by proving things with facts, not by believing what your third grade teacher taught you. Holy crap.
Nobody proved that because that requires advanced math that we don't.
It's evident though.
No, it's not. There's
Sure
nothing
it is.
self-evident about multiplication.
You need advanced maths. You need more apples. Brenda's just said, like, you need advanced maths beyond third grade, even though third grade maths proved it. Now you need advanced.
So we
What?
learned those. We learned those about. We learned the multiplication tables as a matter of rote learning, right? Because they are true and they're already known by somebody else as being true.
No. If we thought 3 times 3 apples was only 6 apples, we would know it wasn't true. That's how it works. That would be 3 plus 3 apples. But because we know 3 times 3, because we've got 1 bag of 3, 2 bag of 3, 3 bag of 3, 3 bags of 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have proven. We did not learn it by rote. We learnt it by experience, and that's how we got maths. Not by believing what we were told, by testing what we were told. If we're going to get ripped off in the store, here's your 3 bags of 3 apples. I've only got 2 bags. You've got 9 apples. Give me your money. Oh, yeah, sure. I think people will get wise to that in a little while. Bring them home to your lots of 3 hungry, starving children. Here you go, kids. Not enough apples. We were not taught by rote. We're taught by experience and real world understanding.
Well,
Right.
it's not because they're known by someone else to be true. It's because they're verifiable facts. You can actually take objects and say,
Literally
look,
not.
I have 3 of these objects. And if I increase that number by 3 times, now I have 9 objects. I mean, that's verifiable. Okay.
Apples.
That's not taking any assumptions into it at all. That's not even a good analogy to it. But if somebody just comes right out and says, hey, the sun is 93 million miles And by the way, we used to think it was 83 million, and we used to think it was 6 million, and then we thought it was 15 million. And then, well, we really don't fucking know because we went ahead and we assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth. And hey, that works out good because then we can also assume that everything is orbiting the sun, and we don't have any proof of that at all. I mean, you're just assuming. You're just crying at this. You're just crying at this. No, I'm just saying you're everything about the heliocentric model is based on assumptions that totally ignore scientific impossibilities.
Okay, let's
you
go
make assumptions.
Your claim.
Can I just say one?
Sure,
you make assumptions. You make assumptions, and then you make repeated experiments that validate and confirm the hypothesis, the assumption. You get closer and closer to the facts. You never actually reach absolute truth, but you do get closer and closer. No future astronomer is going to discover that the sun is 10 million miles away.
Why not?
Because that's not how far away.
I'm sure that's what Tycho Brahe thought too.
Because it's a physical object, and the physical relation between it and the Earth is an objective fact that is not dependent on our opinions.
But hasn't that always been the case?
They got it wrong because they didn't have
shit. So how do you know they got it right this time? They were off
because we made
by 90 million miles, Brenda.
We made successive experiments, refining over and over and over again.
Like over and over and over.
Better telescopes, better instruments, more accurate instruments, more accurate.
You cannot measure things with a telescope, Brenda.
You literally can. You can measure angles with telescopes.
Okay, Brenda,
you can measure an angle. You can't measure sizes and distances.
You can measure angular size. Yes, you can.
Okay,
well, that's only an apparent size.
Angular size is the apparent size. Yes. Okay. And from that, you can determine how big something is.
You have to know.
Oh, come on, please. I have to interrupt there. Like, I was trying to let this shit show just run, but no. Angular size, apparent size, it's just ridiculous. You know, you could hold a coin out at arm's length and block the sun. That's apparent size and angular size. Therefore, the coin is the same size as the sun. Come on. Everybody knows perspective plays a role. Surely, you do not think the coin is the same size as the sun because of its apparent size. Surely not. I mean, I know globers are really, really thick and ignorant and love to believe in their masters and all the things they've been taught. But if you seriously think apparent size and angular size are the same thing, I think this is the time we need to get excavators and start digging mass graves or something, you know, like. No, hold that thought. What we need is industrial mulches because we need to fertilize the industrial hemp that we're going to start growing. That's a much better idea. Got it.
Know a distance.
That's right. And you can
so if you don't know the distance, you can't assume the size.
You can figure those things out. People have done that.
You haven't done that?
But that's a genetic fallacy.
No, what I'm saying is just saying people have done that is not, that's like people have gone to space. You know, no, we don't know that.
That's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy. You're saying that because of the source of the information, you're saying it's false because
okay, Brenda, what people have done this?
Astronomers down through the
names, astronomers. All you did was take a whole group of everybody and put it into
Copernicus, Brahe, Tycho, all
the same guys I just showed you that were wrong. The same guys I just showed you that were wrong.
They made very good estimates. That's
very
what
good estimates.
It's science,
from 3 million to
estimation. Science is about estimation.
You want to see that list again?
Estimate
Brenda, go with your next claim.
Incredulous. You're just incredulous.
Brenda, one more claim, please. You got 2 minutes.
Who's it on?
It's Brenda making a claim.
It's only 3 million.
We'll probably just do. So this will be Brenda's second, and we'll probably just do one more each.
I'm going to share the screen again.
Okay. You got 2 minutes when you're ready. Go.
Here's my claim. Flat earthers.
Sorry, I just want to read a couple of comments here. See lightning, good to see, bro. You've always got some really interesting information, always talking about the distance of seeing lightning, and I have briefly glanced over some of your comments, but I see you've written quite a few there. And you and Justin Johnson were having a bit of a conversation there about weather manipulation. Like, I 100% believe that they are manipulating the weather. I've noticed them doing it since around the year 2000. So they've been doing it for the best part of 24 years now, at least. I've seen some sort of evidence of it being done beforehand, but didn't possibly believe it. But yes, they're 100% manipulating our weather. The last couple of mornings, as I'm driving to work, the whole sky is sort of dark, but some of these clouds are so high up in the sky, you can see, oh, why is there this big white line or glowing white line? Because it's so high, it's being sprayed out of the back of the aeroplane. There's so much evidence to prove that the chemtrails have been sprayed on us for over 2 decades now. Yeah. As soon as I see somebody saying that they're talking about it, I know, oh, well, they're down to earth person. They know what's going on. They've been doing it for so long. So I might just read that one particular comment. I don't know what, because it always puts a bloody thing in the way when I make it like that. I closed the blinds and didn't look out again. The next day I went to town and a person said that the sky looked so weird last night. The way she said weird is still in my memory today. Well, there you go. They're doing this. Yeah. I mean, it's pissing down rain. And they were chemtrails the last couple of days. Put 2 and 2 together. What would I know? I'm just a conspiracy theorist, right? And Sea Lightning also says, I know I saw it when I was younger. I remember walking a long ways to get a truck and seeing a ceiling. I remember being very weirded out. The media tells us when there is lightning to go inside. Yeah, we don't get that around here. We got fucking smacked on the head by lightning not that long ago. There's another one here. I believe when there was a sheet lightning storm, we should study the sky to see if there's no clouds. And they found 3 other people that saw what I saw. One guy was a minister that didn't realize it. I believe the high thin clouds of fog on the firmament. Yeah, see, I don't actually believe that, but I'm always open to new ideas. I personally think that the atmosphere only goes to about 12 to 14 miles high, which isn't very high, but it's actually extremely high. And the clouds are generally only 1 to 3 miles high, maybe sometimes 3 to 4 miles, but not very much. Above the atmosphere, there's nothing. There's not enough moisture to become a fog. Yeah, what we've got above that 12 to 14 mile high atmospheric range where we see the blue sky, everywhere from there to the firmament, 60 to 70 miles high, maybe less, maybe only 50, I don't know. There's nothing there to light up except the sun itself coming through the firmament. That's the way I see our model working. Well, that was very interesting, wasn't it? I've never actually been booted in the middle of a live before. Maybe I went a little bit longer than I should have. Interesting. I've never had that happen before. Fuck's sakes. That was the first. Yeah, well, now I guess I've lost the bloody debate that I was doing. Well, that's a bit of a how do you do? Oh, well. Aussie Gold, go freshen up, mate. Go make yourself look pretty. Come back when you look beautiful. Fuck, I was in the middle of a thought then too, and I was definitely in the middle of saying something. And it was not about you, Aussie Gold. Definitely not. I can probably try and bring that back in again. Yeah, I would never find what I was up to, would I? Probably what I could do is find that. No, that's not it. For fuck's fucking sakes, man. This is not good. I did not expect that in the middle of a rant. I was having a bloody big old rant, and all of a sudden, the freaking live stream just died. Oh, that's right. I was going to look at that one. That's what I started with, didn't I? It's just going to look bad now. Nah, you're good, Justin Johnson, mate. You're a fucking legend. It was not off topic. Maybe that's why. Certain things cannot be said out loud, and maybe I hit one of the trigger words. You know, you cannot say constantly lingering vapor trails. That's the word I'm looking for. Vapor trails or condensation trails. Yep. That's a trigger word that you're not supposed to say. And what a fool was I to even say it out loud. Yeah, no, this guy's triggering me. Look, it's 7:30 p.m. here actually, and there's a 1% chance I might get called in for work in the morning, so I might even just end this here anyway. Yeah. Nah, I couldn't be stuck going back into this one. I couldn't be stuck. Couldn't be stuck. It's too much hard work. So yeah, I'm going to call it at night, I think. Full moon shows big shadows, but not at sunrise. No, because the full moon sets at sunrise. It's interesting how there is a lot of disinformation about how the moon works. Flat and stationary Earth. It's one of those things I would actually love to have a long discussion about. There's been so much disinformation being put out about the moon on the flat Earth, thanks to people like, oh, look, I don't want to put shit on Eric Dubé. You know, I don't want to mention a name and say, oh, now I'm name dropping, because I've got nothing against the guy. He's doing his own thing. He does what he does, but he's just very, very wrong when it comes to the moon. and the tides and quite a lot of other things, but he's also very correct about a lot of things. And he's done a great job. So I don't want to be putting shit on him. Shawnee B, how you doing, brother? About time I saw Shawnee B from Massachusetts. He never catches my live streams. And he would catch this just as I'm about to say, I've had enough, man. I gotta go. It's all good. It's all good, man. It'd be good if we could come up with a lot of unified theories about how the actual model works, because I do find that I am in conflict when it comes to the globers, when I talk about certain things. Like, I seriously think I've worked out a lot of things about how the model works, how the firmament works, how the atmosphere works, how the moon works, how the sun works, how we see everything differently, but it's so hard to get on board with everybody all at once. So one of the biggest arguments before I go, because I'm about to go, is about how the sun works. It's like, okay, so we can see the sun. We see it through the firmament. We see it through the atmosphere. We see it through the clouds. We see the light, crepuscular rays coming through the clouds. We see it in the water. So the sun is simultaneously in the water, in the clouds, in the atmosphere, in the firmament, and probably 3,000 to 4,000 miles high above the firmament. It's in all those places at once because it's all visual. It's actually what we see in the back of our brain, where our light receptors work through our eyes. The sun is in here. It is not in the sky. It's where we see it. It's always a visual thing. That's the problem. Everything is perspective. A lot of these ancient, shall we say, masters would say everything is within. And it is. It's within our consciousness. Science, on the other hand, the materialism side of everything, wants to put some sort of I can't even think of the term for it, but they want to have a number for everything. Fucking what's that word again? They ask it to me all the time. I should remember. Okay. They won't. Fuck me, my brain's not working. But you know what I mean? They want everything to be why does that word not come to me? Just measured, for want of a better term. Everything has to be measured and put in a place. That's where it all must be. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. If you can't measure it, it doesn't exist. But everything is within. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Everything is always within. Why is that? Give me another message. We're going to get shut down again. I've probably been going for a fair while, haven't I? Doesn't really tell me. It's all good. Why can't I think of the word? Anyway, everything has to be the fuck is that thing? Brain isn't working. Have a beer. Come on. Somebody help. Quantified. There we go. Why not? Fucking thank you. See, somebody can think like a Glover. Everything has to be quantified. 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 Without a quantity, it doesn't exist. It's like, quantify that thought for me. What thought could I not quite grasp? How do you quantify that? I was struggling for a very long time there to grasp that thought. What quantity would you give that? Yeah, you can't. You can't. You cannot quantify unquantifiable things. And that's all I was trying to do, was think of a word to describe what I could not describe. Well, I was struggling hard to think of the word to describe what I couldn't describe. I think I made my point. Justin Johnson says, lol. I think he might have been talking to oh, hang on. Sea Lightning says, this is what causes rainbows. Our personal dome of sight sees the sun through the firmament, giving a circle shape of the firmament. And that, again, is something that we can speculate. I think that's the best we can do, is speculate and say, that's a possible explanation. It's reasonable. It works. But we've also seen so many different explanations for why we have rainbow. Because the dome is a dome shaped. It's like, I don't know. I've actually seen rainbows in a non-dome shaped area where you had sunlight coming through and you're spraying water through. So, yeah, it's easy to jump to conclusions and speculate things without particularly knowing the exact reason why. Well, there you go. Yeah, see, there's a good example. The second rainbow shines off the firmament, giving a reverse image again. Oh, I don't really think that's the case at all. I think it's reflected within our atmosphere of water vapor. You know, if I thought we had a domed firmament, then surely it would be further away than the stars. You know, like, you know, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just bouncing ideas off you. But I honestly don't think that a rainbow has anything to do with the firmament whatsoever. It's just water molecules in the sky and the way the light passes through it and the way that they pass into our eyes. Everything is subjective. And the number of rainbows that I have seen that have nothing to do with anything that could possibly be related to a firmament. The firmament, obviously, I do believe in, but I don't think rainbows and the firmament are even remotely related. Now, of course, I'm open to your idea. I don't mean to shut you down altogether. And if I can see evidence for it, be glad to. But from my personal subjective experience of everything, yeah, I just think the nature of light is very, very tricky. And rainbows generally have something to do with the sun being at a certain angle, passing through a very moist atmosphere. And that's pretty much what creates a rainbow. Each water molecule is actually, the light out there is just amazing. I should probably walk outside. But anyway, I might cut this short because I've rambled on and carried on for so long. Converging and diverging, asked Justin Johnson. And as far as I'm concerned, it's every single water molecule is basically a tiny little ball of water molecule. And so each and every single one of them has a rainbow within it. That's why when, for example, the sunlight shines on ice or a cloud or whatever, they appear white. But every now and then, when the molecules are sufficiently far enough away from one another, they will create basically the rainbow. Each and every single one of them is actually reflecting all the spectrums of the color of light, every single one. So when you're looking at ice, for example, and it looks white, or a cloud and it looks white, if you could really, really concentrate and look super close at every single molecule of it, each and every single one of them is a rainbow. And it's just the fact that when they spread out so much in the atmosphere, that those water molecules give the appearance then of creating a rainbow. And it will change as you move. Everything changes as we move. It always does it. That's the whole problem. That's one of the biggest arguments I'm always arguing with globers, is especially when it comes to where the sun is. They want to know how high is the sun? How far is it? I said, well, there is no answer. There's no answer to that. It is where it is. It appears where it appears. If you move, it moves with you. So does the moon. So does everything. Everything is apparent light coming into your eyes. And it's the same to a degree with a rainbow, is that as you move, it will move with you. And sometimes you might not see the rainbow if you're in the wrong spot. Sometimes you will. It's all subjective. Every speck of light that you see, you can only see because it's coming to your eyes. And so some other guy sitting next to you saying, oh, I can see that thing. Well, he's not even seeing the same thing you're seeing. He's seeing a different version of it in his eyes. Everything. That's the problem. That's the problem. Everything is within. Every version of everything is within. Sea Lightning says when he was in Esperance, Australia. All right, I have to read that one. 7 miles from the cold Southern Ocean, I watched the sun rise and set in the south over the ocean. Made no sense to me. I thought the sun should be in the northern sky. Yeah, well, again, that is part of the thing. From your perspective, it seems to be south. But in reality, it probably is north. I'm definitely going to have to try and make a video to describe this somehow. I don't think you can, because you cannot explain something from another person's point of view. You can only do it from your own. I think the best one, most people can understand this, obviously, if you say you looked east, and so you decided you set your compass, but you set it boom, and you concreted it down, you decided to travel east, then eventually you're going to be traveling south. I think most, even a glober could understand that. Eventually you're going to, because you're traveling in a straight line. Whereas if you're going to stay east, you should be tracking your compass. And so when it comes to our perspective of light, when we're watching, say, the sunrise or the sunset, it's a similar sort of thing. We think we're looking east or southeast, but in actual fact, we're not. It just seems that way. And so we can give ourselves the illusion, well, the sun is doing that, but it's actually not. It just seems to be. Very tricky. I probably should have just stuck to talking about those debates, because use your phone flashlight, you'll see multiple bulbs. It's an interesting one. You certainly can when you do it in the dark and you suddenly turn it off. All of a sudden you've got a whole heap of images of it in your eyes. It certainly happens. Hey, Rough Rider. Who the g'day, man. I just saw one there from RH2 that I missed before. From above, rainbows form a circle. I've always found that interesting too. Yeah, because they're in the atmosphere. So if you're high enough above, that's probably why you'll see it. When you're down from below and perspective takes charge of what you're seeing, all you're going to see is part of the arc. Because we're always seeing through perspective. We can only see a few miles, and the earth is huge. It's the one thing that I do all the time and tell people, say, like, okay, find out where your sun rises, find out where the sun sets from your local area. You know, go to the highest point where you would like to look at it. And where is it? 20, 30 miles at the best, usually 3 or 4 miles. Put it into the maps, Google Maps. Draw a radius around where you're looking. How the heck on the globe can you see the sun setting and rising from a tiny, tiny little dot, barely even a pixel on the maps? It just doesn't work. You have to understand perspective, even if you believe you live on a globe. How can you say the sun rises from your horizon 3 miles away and sets below your horizon 3 miles the other side, or whatever it might be, 20, 30, whatever? Holy fucking shit. All right, it looks like I managed to get it back up again, only so I can shut it down. So yeah, sorry about that. Screenshot all the comments. Oh, dude, I couldn't do that. It'd take me forever. Yeah, I managed to get back on so I can close it down properly and end the stream. It is exactly 8 p.m. here now in Eastern Australia, and there's half a chance I might get work in the morning, but I have a feeling probably not. So I'm just going to close this off. Thanks everyone for joining. I actually really enjoyed the chat. I think we could have some really interesting chats down the stream, down in the future, and if I see you, I'll be seeing you. Take care. I'll see you around.